in my mind. Thank you.
I would agree with those choices. I would put education on there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's...
Anybody else?
I put public safety number 1, education 2, quality of life 3, EDC 4, and number 5 I put people. In parentheses I put human services. Maybe check out what some of these nonprofits are doing in the area for things I've talked about, like food banks and services we can offer our most vulnerable citizens.
Can you say those again?
Public safety, education, quality of life, EDC, people.
Anyone else?
I'd say public safety number 1, education 2, government official 3, EDC, economic development 4, quality of life last.
Well, we've got quite a variety here this year. I think last year the discussion came together a little bit more easily. But again, this is time for you all to come to a consensus about where your priorities lie. And really time for staff just to listen.
Well, I'm not advocating for us to bring back nonprofit funding, so to speak, but I do think it's good for us to know what services are being offered in the county that we might can support in some ways to keep the county out of that business. We're already doing it with uptown development, fire departments, and senior center. All areas we necessarily don't want a county department in, but we can find ways to support them.
Commissioner Clayton, do you have priorities?
I'll put public safety first. Nothing works about it. And education, EDC. Would that quality of life include what Ray's talking about with it? Nonprofits and that type of stuff?
It could.
And I put that in that proposal. I understand what he's saying about if there's something that could keep us out of the business of that they're doing, I think it would be to our benefit.
Well, it looks like there's three commissioners who have interest in public safety first. Do other folks want to comment?
What is it in public safety that we need to make it the number 1 priority in the county? I mean, the obvious, the safety of people. If you don't feel safe, you don't feel good anywhere you go. But in my thinking with education is, the education impacts everything that we are and what we're about. If we want to get out of the poverty level, and even the Tier 2 rating that we're in, which I don't think much about that, that's a game with the legislature that, just like we saw them change us from 1 to 2, and it really didn't change anything about Person County. But education is the foundation of anything we're gonna do. It's gonna make job opportunities better, attract business and industry better, keep people from being incarcerated to a greater degree, and the list goes on and on. So that's kind of my feeling about it. So I would be entertained or ask the question, why are we placing a greater emphasis on public safety than we have in the past? Because we did go with additional deputies and SRO funding last year, and we have put additional crew on with EMS and the new ambulances, and we, the county, I think, did a lot in the last 2 years, last year in particular, with that part of county government. So just a question.
Well, I look at us doing all of that, adding new people and new deputies and EMS as a response to a situation that we need to take head on, and that's the opioid crisis. It didn't just skip Person County. And I think from an economic development standpoint, what I've heard some say is that a lot of people are applying for these jobs out here eating in places, but they can't get it because they can't pass the drug test. So I think that goes hand in hand with some of this nonprofit organizations and what's available in the county. What are we doing to combat that? And I think at one time we had talked about or looked at the sheriff doing some type of program in the jail to help with that. I think we could go out and just see, I count that as public safety. I mean, if the crime rate went up, which I don't know if it did or didn't, but if people are, obviously can't get jobs because they're on drugs, and I mean, you hear about it, I mean, I'm in a lot of meetings, I guess, around the county, but you hear about it a little bit everywhere. I know at DSS we have 103 kids in foster care, and majority of those kids are due to people who, their parents and stuff who are on drugs. Some of them are infants that were taken because as soon as they go have the baby at the hospital, they're being tested and they have drugs in their system. And so I think we're going to continue to increase those budgets at the Sheriff Department, the EMS, and all these places unless we tackle it head on. And I think that falls into public safety, quality of life, EDC, education, because these people on these drugs are the same parents of these kids in our schools.
I think they're all the priorities. It didn't really matter which one's first. I mean, I don't really have a burning desire to have one of them first, second, or third. They all actually are very important. I think they are our priorities, and how you got them listed doesn't really make a whole lot of difference. We're going to put emphasis on what's got the biggest thing. When the manager gets through with these work sessions, and the assistant manager and all the staff and everybody, our priority may not be what we were talking about today, it may be something else. So, I think that's fine. You list them as a priority. I think all of them are priorities. We're going to fund most of what we got up here in one way or another. It's at some level. So, to me, it's nice to do that and kind of give you an idea of what you got your mind on, but which one's first, second, or third is not a big deal to me. I can live with which way y'all want to list them. I mean, when we get through, at the end of the day, we may change them. We might not change them, but that might not be what number one is.
My reason for putting education top is also related to economic development, because we have been told we got a very attractive site for drawing a certain type of industry. We have access to water, which those two things, power and water, are mandatory for that type of industry, for any kind of industry really. But if we can't train the workforce, then we're just going to get passed by. And it's not because they don't like the place, it's because we can't provide the service. But, so, you could put economic development and education on the same line as far as I'm concerned, but we're not going to attract, the mega site is pretty close to being approved by the Army Corps, hopefully. And when that happens, that actually puts our site ahead of any other site in the state. And so we need to show potential prospects that we can train their workforce on an ongoing basis. Now, Pamela Senegal has done a great job of coordinating Danville and South Boston, who already have state-of-the-art training facilities. And I think we just need to follow through with that. Now, we're all aware of what the school needs are for buildings. And from talking with Dr. Peterson, the curriculum, he went through this same scenario down in Johnston County. And his opinion is that we are not lacking in criteria, we're lacking in buildings and structures and how you get it done, which their audit has certainly shown us that there's a deficit there.
So, just in hearing this discussion, and to Jimmy's point, you know, when we're working on the budget document, we don't prioritize one item, you know, to exclude something else. So you're right, we don't, you have a list of priorities, but we're always considering the other things as well. So, yeah, whether one's in first place or second place, it doesn't mean we wouldn't consider the other thing. But it sounds like there's some consensus around public safety as it relates to economic development in terms of, as Commissioner Jeffers was speaking about, the opioid crisis and other substance abuse issues. And then around education and economic development. So how education's role in economic development, and then government efficiency, and then quality of life and people.
Well, one thing that we need to keep in mind, the one thing that, in my opinion, we need to prioritize and put emphasis on is what can we do to increase the tax base? Because if you don't increase that, then we're just stagnant. Actually, you're not stagnant, you're backing up. And so, you know, you either go forward or go backwards. It's not a standstill situation. So, you know, that to me, if you raise the tax base by $1 billion, that solves a whole lot of problems. And you know, that sounds like a far-fetched idea, but we could get a data center in here on this mega site that wouldn't necessarily bring that many jobs, but it would bring one hell of a tax base. And this site is ideal for that type of attraction. And with everything going in the cloud, it's going to go somewhere. It's just a matter of we want to be proactive and try to get something here. You know, you've already seen them up in Virginia and all around North Carolina. And so, you know, we should make ourselves as attractive as possible to these two. We've got internet and everything that we're putting in, we need to monetize that as much as possible. We look at it mostly from supplying individual homes, which is good, but you know, that also makes our mega site an absolute attraction. So, you know, I think we're going in the right direction. We just need to stay behind it and keep going. The priorities, you know, change from time to time. If you got broken into last night, your public safety will certainly be your number one, but if your child couldn't get accepted to a certain university because they lacked some courses, then that puts the emphasis somewhere else. So But at the end of the day, money saved solves a lot of problems. And I think we need to do what we can to increase the tax base.
Any other thoughts on priorities? Are you okay with public safety, then economic development and education? Second, government efficiency, and then quality of life / people?
That's fine with me.
I would just chime in that we've talked about your budget being a really good communication tool for our residents. So you ideally would have alignment with your priorities and increases in funding for any given year. I think last year you conveyed very clearly that public safety was your top priority because we saw our pie chart shift to expand the funding for public safety. And like Commissioner Powell mentioned, we did a lot last year in an all-encompassing way for public safety. Let's not forget the additional funding for volunteer fire departments as well. But those needs don't change. They're only growing. And so I am going to talk later today about some preview of needs that are coming, and a lot of those are with public safety. So it doesn't, the needs aren't changing. It's really more about what is it that you want to communicate is important to you in the upcoming budget year. And if you're saying that all of these are important, then we're not talking about a numerical ranked list. We're talking about a circle that has all of the priorities equal. And I'm thinking that I might be hearing some discussion that there's not a one in particular that you want to emphasize in the upcoming year, but rather these do reflect the priorities of the board, not necessarily in an agreed upon ranked order. What do you think about that? And what that would look like graphically then is that your pie chart starts to become a little more balanced in some ways, and that you're not seeing, large shifts in any one particular area. How does that sit with you all?
Well, I think all of these are hope tos because with the legislature in session, we don't know what's going to come down the pike. I mean, this is the year where we start getting stuff. We already know there's some things with the school system with class size and all that type of stuff that they're put on hold, but it's coming. So I think some of that stuff is going to drive us, no matter which one we think may be first or second.
Or there at least seems to be some consensus, as County Manager was saying, around public safety, education, economic development being the kind of the top three. So maybe those are, like she's noting, kind of equally parsed out in your pie chart. And they are all tied together.
You can't have
That's right.
one without the other. You can't educate somebody that's not safe, and I mean, you can't, it's just all tied together, you're right.
Well, I think as far as coming up with a priority, I would interpret that to mean what needs to be looked at the most. And, you've done some improvement over the past couple of years on some other things, and, which one of these items needs to be addressed the most. And so, albeit, like Ray said, that could change overnight.
I just want us to keep the momentum we had from last year's budget of actually doing something. To me, I felt like the past few years we've just kind of maintained, just kind of paid the bills, kept the lights on, and kept going. I mean, but last year we actually saw some effort to do some more stuff, be it public safety. And I would like to see us almost be strategic about what we want to see done in the county and put some money behind it. That's economic development, education, or whatever. Let's just not maintain it.
Okay. Well, if we're if there's consensus about those three priorities kind of being equal, then your comments are a good segue to my next slide, which is to determine if there is interest from the board in doing some sort of strategic plan or action plan. A strategic plan is a longer process, and it could be a community-based plan, or it could be a board-driven plan. An action plan would be much more condensed and would really come from the board and would require some work sessions before or after your board meetings, where you all have a conversation, again, much like this, where you're talking about the specific actions that you want to accomplish over the next year or 2 years. So is there any interest from the board in this, either of these types of plans?
So well, could you talk just a little bit about what an action plan is versus what a strategic plan is? Even if you're saying they could both be board-driven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, let's see, I think I have one slide. So, a strategic plan is going to be much more long-term. Usually strategic plans are over a 5-year period. So you're really looking out to the future of what you want to accomplish. They're going to start with big kind of lofty goals and then drill down into more specific actions. And the previous strategic plan was the Futures Plan, and that was a community-driven plan, if you'll recall. But you could opt for a board-driven plan, and that would require also some work sessions on your end to develop those goals, those objectives, and then the actions. An action plan, I envision that as something that is much more condensed and more specific. So that would be actions that you can accomplish either in a year or in 2 years. And that would require work sessions. But what I would recommend is once we've come to some sort of consensus around 10 actions or maybe more, depending on what the actions are, that we set staff to work on those actions. So you could have an internal team. So if your actions were around the opioid crisis, Carlton and myself and potentially Janet could come together to work on those actions. So that's kind of how I'm envisioning an action plan. But I think if this is something you want to move forward with, we'd have to work out those details based on the types of actions that you want to accomplish.
So let me ask a question.
Sure.
Just to ask the group, what is it the county can do to help with that opioid?
Repeat that, what is what?
What is it the county can do or structure so that we help with the opioid problem? I mean, you hear it talked about a lot, but I mean...
There's a couple of programs through the National Association of Counties that a lot of counties have taken on, and I think it's been out there long enough now that we can go back and look and see what worked and what didn't work and tailor it to Person County. The one that comes to mind is the Step It Up, which I think Vance County, a couple of those counties in the state did it. But they've had them long enough now. We didn't want to jump right on it when Jimmy and I first heard about it because we wanted to get the people to work out the kinks and stuff. And I think we can go back now and see what actually has helped and what hasn't, in some of these
And then
counties.
you mentioned the Step Up. What does that mean?
It's just the name of the program they came up with, through the National Association of Counties. But it's basically a plan they kind of put together with the different services that some counties may offer. And that's what I'm saying. We can go back and look. Vance County may offer some services that we don't or vice versa, but now we can go back and look at these counties and kind of tailor it for Person County as far as programming wise.
And I'll remind the board that you all did allocate funds through your mental health budget to make sure that all of the public safety first responders were trained how to use Narcan. And you also gave funding to make sure that all of our first responders have Narcan kits. So all of our VFDs, all of our sheriffs, everyone has a Narcan kit in their vehicle. And you also implemented a program in the jail which has been incredibly successful. I think the last numbers that I saw from Martha Pickett from Freedom House showed that your recidivism rate has been, amongst individuals who participated in that program, has been reduced by 75%. So you've done some really good actions already, and you know, there's an opportunity to build upon those.
And I didn't know we were going to talk about this today, so I don't have numbers in front of me, but just to show you the impact of your previous efforts on getting Narcan out, getting people trained. I do the medical examiner budget. Last year, we had an explosive year for autopsies and investigations, and of course, I can't specifically say that they were tied towards drug use, but that is the anecdotal evidence. And this year, so last year we spent $42,000 on medical examiner autopsies and investigations. This year we've only spent $8,000 thus far. So something has changed in this community. I think there have been a lot of efforts by us and by our community partners that's making a real difference in the opioid crisis. So we are getting somewhere, in my opinion.
If you want to look into that, that Stepping Up program over there is chaired by they got a district health department in Granville Vance. And Lisa Harrison is the health director, and she's the chair of that. So if Sybil or somebody that wants to get a lot of information. I went to a couple of their meetings to start with. Person County at that time, that's 2 or 3 years ago, didn't go that direction. So I didn't keep going to the meetings because it didn't look like it was beneficial. But they had on there several counties involved: Vance, Granville, Franklin, Warren, and I think it may be another county that's not actually in the Car-Tar region that's involved in it. And they had on their committee over there that was working on that, they had police department, they had somebody with the drug rehab type stuff, and they had most of the EMS directors in those counties, when they met, all came together to work out what they're doing. But she's chair of that. Anybody that wants to go to those meetings, they usually send out some type of notice when they're having them. And I think they just had one about a week or so ago, and they had try to have those things monthly. So, you know, if you're interested in looking at that and to see what they're doing, I think they probably are, as Ray said, farther ahead than a lot of the others are. And at one time, Alamance County had a pretty decent program too. But I ain't really kept up with that.
What kind of success rate they got?
Sir?
What kind of success rate do they have?
That I can't tell you, but my understanding was they were getting a lot of participation from people that had problems with that. So, you know, if you're getting that, but I can't tell you that. I don't know. I just know those programs were there, and after we didn't get involved in it, I didn't continue to go to the meetings.
Is there interest from the board and
Yeah,
committee?
When you get another notification on the meeting, email me if you would.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a strategic plan, board-driven. I don't think we need to hire any consultants or anything to come in here and do it. But one thing it does, it tells us where we want to go. I mean, we can do an action plan and get that done, but then what's the next action? If we go ahead and develop where we want to see ourselves in 4 or 5 years and actually work toward being that, I think it tells people who are looking at Person County, be it economic development, to come here and live, whatever, where this community is kind of being led. And by starting it now, you got Kyle and David who just got reelected for another term, so that kind of gives some continuity to it. If there's a new board member or whoever comes on to show, okay, this is what we decided, this is what we've been kind of working toward.
Okay. Others? Comments on the strategic
Well,
plan?
I think that's a good idea, primarily because it's going to take the 5 of us to make something happen. And, you know, even if we don't necessarily agree on what you want to pursue, if we pursue it as 5, it'll probably get done. And then we can go on to something else. So, you know, I don't think we need to squabble amongst ourselves. You know, let's come up with a plan and pick out a target and see if we can't make it happen, and then pick out another one next year.
So is there a willingness on the board to have a couple of work sessions? Sybil and I talked about maybe attaching those to your board meetings. So either after a day meeting, we would stay for a couple of hours, make some progress on the strategic plan, and then maybe also prior to an evening meeting, we could start at 5 or 5:30, and really just dedicate that time together to working through some strategic plan priorities, if that makes sense to you all. Okay?
Okay.
We can facilitate that then.
Okay, good. All right. Any other comments or?
The only other thing I wanted to mention, for being the chair of the DSS, is obviously I think we have an issue with, I think our infant mortality rate, at least over the past year, has maybe surpassed the state's
Okay.
percentage, and mainly it's due to co-sleeping. And so that goes back to co-sleeping is where you got mom and daddy, big brother, little sister, and new baby all in the same bed, and that baby's getting smothered or something. And so that goes back to your nonprofit type. I don't know if it's something we can partner with the partnership on, just getting more information out there about co-sleeping or whatever. But we've had more than our share of infant mortality here in the past 2 years.
Okay, I'll get with Carlton on what can be done about that.
You got a number? How many do you
I
have?
was trying to email Ann Garrett to see if she presented it to us on the report. I think we're over the state average, but as far as number of children, Carlton probably can get that to us.
All right, Sybil, does that cover you?
That's what I
Number 3?
need, thank you.
Is Tom McNish here?
If we've-
I'm filling in for Tom today.
Okay. You would come up to the podium and state your name and who you're with, and see if you can enlighten us today.
All right, good morning, you guys. Rochelle Friend, I'm here with Elliot Davis, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the audit and the results this year to you. Is there a clicker for the slides, or will you be?
Sybil has that at her seat.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. So before we get started, I want to say thank you to both Amy and Laura and the rest of the finance team. They worked very hard through this audit process and responded timely to our requests, and the information that they provided was accurate. And when we're doing an audit, those two things are really critical in moving an audit forward. And so just want to say thank you to both you and your team. So I'd like to start today. There's a brief overview of the things I'd like to discuss. So we'll go through some highlights of your general fund, the results of our audit reports, and then there are a few areas that we just had a couple recommendations on how to improve some controls that we'd like to go over with you all as well. So the general fund of the county, the revenues resulted in, or there were $55.7 million in revenue this year, with expenditures of $50.1 million. Revenues increased from prior year by 1.7%, while expenditures increased by less than 1%. And revenues exceeded your budgeted amount by $715 million, while your expenditures were less than your budgeted amount by $5 million. So all this to say that you are trending in a positive direction, where your revenues are increasing quicker than your expenditures are, and that your revenues exceeded your budget while your expenditures were less than your budget. So these are positive trends for your general fund that we want to bring your attention to. Additionally, general fund balance was $25.9 million. This is an increase of $2.2 million on the fiscal year, compared to an increase of $319,000 last year. A lot of this increase was driven by health fees increased this year by a substantial amount, so that made up a large portion of the change in your fund balance compared to the prior year. Another metric that we like to look at is your unassigned fund balance as a comparison to your monthly expenditures. So you have an unassigned fund balance in your general fund of $16.2 million. And this is an increase from prior year of 14.7 million. That's where the prior year number was. When we look at this as a comparison of your monthly expenditures for the general fund, it comes out to 32% in fiscal year 18, where it was 28% in fiscal year 17. This is about 3.89 months of expenditures sitting in your fund balance. So the GFO, yeah.
Does that 16 million take into consideration the 8%? Or does that 8% have to come out of the 16?
It's included. So I was just going to say, the GFOA recommends that 2 months of expenditures sit in your unassigned fund balance. The county has 3.89. GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, and the LGC, which is the Local Government Commission, recommends at least 8%, where the county is sitting at 32%. So you're sitting on a fairly healthy fund balance. One thing I want to point out, though, is the definition of unassigned or available fund balance for accounting purposes doesn't, it includes monies that you may have internally committed for other purposes. So things including money assigned for the budget next year. That's included in that 16 million. So now I want to talk about the audit reports. And before I do, were there any questions on the general fund highlights? All right. So we issue 3 reports in the course of our audit. We issue a report on the financial statements. We issue a report on internal control and compliance, and a report on compliance over major federal and state programs. So the opinion on the financial statements, in order to issue this report, well, our responsibility on this report is to express an opinion on the county's financial statements, and management's responsibility is to prepare those statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, and to ensure that there are internal controls over that preparation that would detect any material misstatements. So this year, we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. This essentially is a clean opinion saying that we believe these statements are represented fairly and accurately. The second report I mentioned is a report on internal control over financial reporting. This is not an opinion-based report, so we don't issue an opinion here. But what we do is we review the county's internal controls, and then we're required to report on any issues that we see or any recommendations that we may have on how to improve those controls. And the last report is a report on major federal and state programs and the compliance of those programs. So we do express an opinion here. We express an opinion on the county's compliance with the requirements of these programs. And again, the county's responsibility is to be in compliance with those programs and to establish controls to ensure that they maintain compliance. So again, we issued an unmodified opinion, meaning that we didn't detect any issues with compliance with these major state and federal programs. So as I mentioned, we are required to, in that internal control report, we are required to bring to your attention any areas that we feel like there could be some improvement in internal controls. We identified 4 areas in the course of our audit, none of which we feel are earth-shattering, but we are required to bring to your attention. So the first one is a pre-audit certification. This is a stamp that goes on the checks. It prints by the software, and we identified some instances when this hadn't been printed. Management has addressed this and has remedied this issue, so we feel confident in their response to taking care of this.
They actually print on the checks, they didn't print on the POs.
Oh, there we go. I got that backwards, I'm sorry. The second is segregation of duties. So the next 2, segregation of duties and the recording of bank deposits, these largely are resulting from limited staffing in certain departments. So segregation of duties just means the separating of duties so that there's not one person with control of a whole process. And so due to the limited size of some of the departments, that was harder to maintain that segregation of duties. So we've asked management to review those processes and identify areas in which those duties can be further separated. similarly with the bank deposits, due to the staffing size, these were not happening on a daily basis, which we recommend that they do. Management has addressed a plan to make sure that those are happening timely, which they were, just not on a daily basis. So we've asked them to revisit that and see if that's a possibility. They have looked at both of these issues and are taking steps to remedy those items.
You mean just going to the bank and making a deposit daily?
It's recording of those deposits into the county's general ledger.
We've had a lag due to just the volume of work. And so sometimes we're not able to get bank deposits entered into the accounting system on a daily basis. But we've tried to put some things in place to make that a more timely process.
It's also tied to the level of staffing.
It is, yeah.
Which also ties into the segregation
Of duties, yeah.
We're so many staff that it's difficult to do that.
The last item relates to self-insured claims. So the county in the past used a different cover, what is the term now I'm spacing, the broker for the self-insured claims. And they switched carriers in the current year. The estimate that they received for that self-insured claim from the prior broker did not agree with the claim that they received from the current year broker. So that change resulted in a, I'm getting technical, I'm sorry. So that change resulted in a misstatement in the prior year. So we just had to correct a prior year number due to the change in brokers. This was not an error that could have been remedied by the county. It was simply due to the change in brokers. But because we had to restate a prior year, we are required to report it. And that was the brief overview that I had. Were there questions that you all had for me?
Is there a balance sheet?
There is.
I sure hope so.
So if you look at, let's see, page 25. This is the balance sheet or the statement of net position for the government as a whole.
What page?
Page 25. And then if you're interested in the general fund solely, that is on page 28. And then I think I overheard while I was sitting back there that you guys prefer this to be double-sided.
It just keeps the report.
That's a little easier to flip through. We can do that next year. Were there any questions on the balance sheet that I could walk through, or?
Got a capital grant of $6.4 million for education.
Could be the lottery.
Page 26.
The majority of that are lottery projects. Yeah. We had a huge influx of lottery-approved projects this year. I mean, in fiscal year 18. So it's caused that to jump up quite a bit.
So we're going to get that much this year?
I don't know. Depends on how, we have a lot of projects on the books that are currently being done, and I don't know when a lot of times the schools aren't able to do those projects until the summer when the kids are out of school. So a lot of times they get delayed a bit and cross years, so. But they have finished quite a few this year that we've already drawn down funds for from the lottery.
The school board determines which projects will draw down funding on. We don't have a say in that, and when.
So our fund balance being at 32% for fiscal year 2018, in comparison to other counties, is that too healthy of a fund balance?
It's not, and as I mentioned, that number also includes monies that you have set aside internally. So when you back those out, you are roughly at about 25%, probably. That's kind of a rough estimation based on what I know of your internal commitments. And that's pretty common amongst counties that are your size.
And then we're from the 20-something% to the 32% storage. The storage for what we've already really committed.
Correct.
A lot of what, I think and when I looked at that, a lot of what pushed our fund balance up was, we had in fiscal year 18, we had a large reduction in the transfer to other funds. Part of that was a big reduction that we had in CIP. So that was part of what's driving our unassigned fund balance that went up at the end of fiscal year 18. I anticipate that to sort of rubber band come back down as we try to address these projects, particularly for the schools. We've got a lot to consider, or you have a lot to consider for CIP projects for next year. So, it's just a moment in time that shows that fund balance, being higher, but knowing what we have ahead of us, I wouldn't get too excited about that number being high. And actually, when you look at our population counties, it may be slightly above average of our population counties, but again, that was at that point in time. So
to kind of piggy off Kyle's question, years ago when we had 30-some%, and we decided we were going to spend some of it down, so we did all the capital that year for the schools. Did we just not have as much committed as we do now to go from 32 to 25% that we decided to do that? Or
I would say that it did come back down the next year because the decision was made to do more capital the next year. And so we've kind of been in this pattern of, we see our fund balance go up. It sort of gives us the sense of freedom to go ahead and do some needed projects that we are on our plate. And so then you see it the next year come back down. I think what we hope the financial advisor will talk about today is trying to come up with a plan that keeps the seesaw effect from happening, because you really want a more stable pattern, going forward with your fund balance. You don't want it to see it go up and down in big variances like that.
But I thought that year we were so healthy, we were told we didn't spend it down. That's why we decided to do the school projects that year.
And that's a good use of your fund balance. You want to spend it on one-time expenditures like that. And I'm not saying it was a bad thing to do. I'm just saying that's part of why we're seeing these big ups and downs. But I think that there are some things that was one of the major things that really caused our fund balance to go up in fiscal year 18. Some other things is we actually reduced the amount of vehicles in fiscal year 18 that we funded. We also had a reduction big reduction in the health positions that as part of this transitioning out of the home health and hospice programs. So there are a lot of other things that caused our fund balance to go up at the end of fiscal year 18. I don't anticipate those being the same going forward. I think we're going to see more expenditures, so I think it is more likely we're going to see our fund balance go down this year and possibly next year. So it's something to consider, but I'll be interested to hear sort of the financial advisor's debt model, because I think something like that can actually help us smooth out our plan and really help us to know what our capacity for spending on capital is in the future. Sorry, Michelle.
No,
I got
thank you.
sidetracked.
It was a good conversation. Well, if there are no further questions, thank you for the opportunity to present that to you all.
Where is a list of the total debt we have? What page is that?
So if, if you look at page 71, there is a summary of your long-term obligations.
What page did you say? I'm sorry.
71.
71, and if you flip forward to page 66, there's 66 to 71 in that section is some more detailed notes about your current debt obligations.
Page 71 shows you a chart up near the top that sort of summarizes all of our outstanding debt and the breakdown of those activities.
Could you explain those pension liabilities?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
You got net pension liabilities, what does that mean?
So that is the portion of pension liability that has not been covered by county contributions. So that is the portion that is going to be paid out down the road for employees' pensions.
That used to didn't be reported, did it? That used to not be included, but we ended up with that debt, but it was not shown anywhere, so.
That's correct. There was
You had
some
to kind of cushion yourself for it, and they required it to start being shown.
changes in the accounting standards.
I think it was 2 or 3 years ago that changed.
Causes that to now be reported. So it looks like a big number, and it is a big number, but it's more of a reporting item, just to let you know what that liability is, because it is so large. I think they felt like it should be reported.
But the current balance is zero?
It's listed all as a, so the current balance is only the portion that is expected to be paid out in the next year, and it's all anticipated to be paid out. That's kind of how they ask us to report it far enough in the future that none of it is listed as current.
That's seen in every time you do a payroll.
And you'll see right below the net pension, just so you're aware, there's the total pension liability and the other post-employment benefits. Those are all related to your, your pensions and your OPEB, similar items of amounts that you anticipate having to pay out in the future for your current employees or your retired employees. And OPEB isn't a change in the current year in the current accounting guidance. This did not used to be reported as much as it is. There was a change in the current year that increased that number substantially.
Has that money been escrowed?
I'm sorry?
Has it been escrowed? Is it on an account, or is it just in the general fund balance?
It has, yeah, it has not been escrowed. It's just in the fund balance.
There are some counties that have the ability to fund this liability. We're not one of those. That's a large number, and we just don't have the resources to fund that like some of the other larger counties can fund it. Mostly it is a reporting item for us rather than a funded liability.
I guess the only way would really be an issue if everybody could retire on the same day.
Right, that's exactly
Spread out
right.
over a number of years, and you've got people with 10 years in this thing, and people with 30 years in that, and so it's spread out over a period of time, and they can draw some retirement, and they quit, it lessens the amount they can draw, so it's kind of like you say, it's kind of a moving target, but it's not.
Well, my reason for asking the question, how would that affect what we should spend on the fund balance?
Well,
Because it is a liability that we owe. And for instance, '08, what happened then? What kind of situation did we wind up in? Because that's coming again.
You talking about in '08, it won't report it.
Huh?
We didn't report it in '08.
Well, it wasn't reported till around 12.
You still had it.
So I know we had it, but it was spread out over
wasn't
such a long
segregated.
period of time that it didn't, that's why they didn't require it being reported, my understanding is before. We were told about it, but it wasn't required that it be reported because it was spread out over such a long period of time. It didn't, like you said, 2 employees retired, not 200. If all of them retired at one time, it would be an impact right then. But you've got to have show enough money in this budget. The way they changed the accounting, I'm not the accountant, you need to explain it.
I think you're doing a fantastic job. I'm actually thinking about deputizing you.
And you have to show it in this budget, so it's, and yes, you can't spend this fund balance down to the fact that you don't have this, what is it, how many $1 million this is, and there's got to be shown in that.
Right, the risk, it's really a reporting item, but yes, there's risk in all liabilities. But this one the risk is particularly low because it is not something that, we anticipate having a large amount of folks to retire at one time. If we anticipated that, or if we had another, say, early retirement, program that we ended up offering, then it could become a concern because then you're talking about actually paying out. But up till now, it's really just become more of a reporting item just to let the board know that, hey, this liability is out there. It exists, but, we've currently chosen not to fund it, not to say that we couldn't consider funding part of it, yearly going forward, but that's going to eat at your reserves. So it really just becomes whether it's a priority of the board to fund that liability, to actually fund that liability, or just to be aware that it's there.
And I will say that I know the state treasurer has been encouraging counties to fund this liability. And the way that works is that a trust is set up to hold that money. When that trust is set up, the liability actually, it nets with that liability, so the liability looks lower. But kind of to Amy's point, it's based on an estimation that you guys provide of who will be retiring and what benefits will be coming due in the foreseeable future. If that's long-term for you all, then that may not impact the decision right away.
Russell, what kind of collection rate do you have in '08 and '09? Before?
We've increased the collection rate over the years, so
Well,
last year we ended up just under 99%, so in '08, we're somewhere in the above 98%, 98.25 maybe, and that's just a rough number off the top of my head, but it's always been in the 98% range.
Amy, could I ask you a question, talking about pension and liabilities? The new law related to law enforcement, and Person County would fit in that group, retiring after 25 years. And that, I assume the county, if you go along with it, you plug the gap there between 25 years and 30 years.
That is correct. We haven't had a lot of participants
There are
in
some,
that.
and it's significant.
We have
amount of money.
had a few to just a very few, maybe less than 5 for sure.
Yeah.
But I think it's, I'm not sure, I sort of wondered if we weren't going to have more of an influx of folks going out, but I haven't seen that. So it hasn't had a huge impact on our reserves for paying those pensions out. But when they do happen, they can be large. So it is something that we've been keeping an eye on to see what impacts we might be feeling from that, but so far I haven't seen huge impacts from that.
We need a motion.
On page 68, if we look at like the courthouse renovations we did years ago, I guess if I'm reading this correctly, this debt comes off of us in 2020. That's $750,000. Is that the remainder of the loan?
It is. That's the outstanding amount of debt we have left on that. So that will be coming off in the near future there.
All right, any more questions for the auditor?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
If you would come to the podium and tell us who you are and where you're from, and if you can teach us a few lessons as well.
Hello, my name is Doug Carter, and this is Andrew Carter, and we're going to split this presentation between the two of us. I'll give you a little bit of background. Where do we live? Unfortunately, not in Person County. It's very pretty. I love riding in. There's some great old homes here. We're both from Charlotte. We sometimes have to apologize for that. So if we need to, we will.
Is that the state?
State of Mecklenburg.
The great state of Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Yeah. Y'all have heard that, huh?
Our rebounds just came in. It's not
Okay, cool. Do we want to start with the presentation, recognizing we want to keep you on time? Cool. Okay, let's go to the contents page, please. I'm due the clicker.
Yes.
Hey, look at me. I'm not the technology guy, Andrew is. Well, first we're going to have a general introduction for you. We're going to talk a bit about long-term planning with an emphasis on the capital side of that planning, what the benefits of a dedicated capital fund is, how all that works, moving forward, questions and comments. As a method of general introduction, let me just say, my name is Douglas Carter. This is Andrew Carter. We work for a firm called DEC Associates. We're headquartered in Charlotte. DEC is my initials. My wife and I came up with that name driving from Birmingham to Charlotte. The firm's been in existence 15 or so years and provides independent financial advice, and we'll go more into that in just a minute. As a way of background, in the early part of my career, I started in government and ended up working for Harlan Boyles, who was then the state treasurer, which was probably the best part of my career as I look back on it, because he was the father of the remainder of my career. And shortly after working for Mr. Boyles, I became the finance director of the city of Charlotte. And so I spent a great part of my time in government. And then when I hit 15 years in the retirement system, I said to my wife, am I going to do this the rest of my life, or am I going to try something else? And she says, well, you're working 70 hours a week. Why don't you try something else? And so I did that. And then 15 years ago, we formed this firm on our own. Andrew's background is primarily in technology and economics, and as such does most of the technology and a lot of the economics and modeling work for the firm, which you'll see in just a little bit. So anyway, that's sort of our backgrounds. We'll talk a little bit more about the firm in a minute. Okay, did I get that right? There it is. The first thing we wanted to do is just define for you what a financial advisor is. We all know what our individual financial advisors are, I presume. If you don't have one, you probably ought to, because I heard somebody say 2008. That did make a big impact on all of us, I think. And it was after 2008 that the whole advisory business, whether it was an individual advisor that advised you on how you save for your own retirement, or whether it's an advisor like ours that advised governmental entities, or an advisor that advised corporate entities, it was after that time that we all became regulated. And although I don't love the word regulation, in this case it's probably okay, because there were a number of financial advisors. Without regulations, there was the whole thing about trust and due diligence and disclosure, and so all of that.
Transparency.
Pardon?
Transparency.
Transparency, what, that's
Fiduciary duty.
fiduciary, all of those sorts of things. So our firm is an independent financial advisory firm. We're registered with the SEC and the MSRB. You probably know the SEC. The MSRB is the municipal branch that regulates municipal side entities. I've told you a little about the firm. I'll just tell you a little bit about rankings and where we are and that sort of thing. We are, by numbers, the #1 financial advisory firm in the state. We have been since we were formed. I think a lot of that has to do with Andrew's work and because I grew up in government and know a lot of people in government. To give you some breadth in our experience and how this might be of benefit is we are advisor to the City of Charlotte, which is now a debtor for $4.5 billion. Yes, hold your heart. The city and its various credit entities owes $4.5 billion. And then we are advisor to Mount Airy, which is near where I was born in Surrey County, and it's 10,000 people and owes virtually nothing, like yourselves. Likewise, on the county side, we do larger counties like Forsyth and Durham. In fact, we're headed to Durham after we're through with you guys for a meeting with them. And we do smaller counties like Dare. Really fun to visit. If you don't go to Manio, it's beautiful. And other counties that you would know like Stokes that are of similar size and similar economics and that sort of thing. So we have a great diversity in our experience. What we do is we provide you advice with respect to debt, pay-go, other sources for capital. But in a larger sense, I think one of the things that makes our firm somewhat unique is our emphasis on financial planning. When I was financial advisor to the city for a long time period, the city didn't do as good a planning as it has since. And so I just sort of by my nature am a planner. I want to look for the least costly and most efficient way to get financial things done. And so in many of the cases with our clients, we have done long-term financial plans, not just assisted you in raising debt or figuring out which is the best way to pay for something, whether it be borrowed or pay-go or looking for a grant or something of that nature. So financial planning is a big thing for us. And then finally, financial policy development. For essentially all of our clients, they all have written financial policies that cover a plethora of things. It's everything from fund balance in the general fund to policies with respect to pensions and other things, the matters y'all were discussing. I'm really impressed. Y'all are asking a lot of really good questions and a number of you have been on the board for a while because you have history. And so I think policies regarding those things and having you establish and adopt financial policies and then annually review them and change them as necessary based upon the circumstances is one of the things that we see as a very great part of what our firm does. You mentioned earlier you were talking about pensions and you were talking about benefits you give your employees and those liabilities. As we all know in the room, those are liabilities that are estimated based upon pretty complicated assumptions, but what they really mean is someday you're going to pay some of that out. It's not all going to go away. So the question is, how far into the future do you pay it? How do you control how much that amount is, and so forth? I'll give you one positive because of the thing that was raised about pensions. At least Elgers, the retirement system most of y'all know, the local governmental employees retirement system, is one of the most well-funded in the country. If you were in Illinois, you'd be very worried about pensions. You're not. You're in North Carolina. So I think that's a big help to you as you look forward. Okay, let's talk just a little bit about planning. And I hope, even though we're standing here and there's a microphone, I hope y'all will stop us at any time and make this as much a roundtable discussion as it is with somebody with a microphone, because we're here to answer your questions. What is long-term financial planning, and why is it important? Obviously, it provides a roadmap, and roadmaps often change, do they not? So a plan is not a static thing. It's something that changes, and that's why financial planning, to me, the level of discussion you've had with respect to the CAFR, the annual audit, for the lack of a better term, is the same sort of discussion you ought to have annually on your financial plan and on your underlying policies that undergird that financial plan. So the plan, besides the roadmap, sets your policies, gives your achievement objectives. To me, measurement is probably more important than setting something. Measuring whether you got there is pretty important. And so measurement, achievement in a financial plan is a very big thing as well. We talked about annual review. We think that a long-term financial plan can give you greater alternatives. I also, I perceive that you're the chairman, sir, because you called us to come up. 2008 was a biggie for those of us that were in this business. And I think that we can't forget that 2008 someday could be repeated. And I think we learned a lot of lessons from that. It will. Hopefully not as to that great an extent, but it will come back. The worry is it will be worse, for some at least. So bottom line is, we think alternatives are a good thing that will help you through those kinds of things. I'll give you an example to that, and it all goes back to financial planning and ratings. We're going to talk about ratings in a minute. In 2008, we were in New York with the City of Charlotte to price an airport financing. And the day before we priced the airport financing, nobody would buy the debt. It was the meltdown that we all remember. And so we all went home saying, nobody's going to buy our debt today. We're hoping for a better day soon that someone will buy our debt. At any price. In fact, our underwriter, who was Bank of America Merrill Lynch, the then largest underwriter, still one of the largest, basically said, we could go into the market, but the embarrassment is for someone like Charlotte, is you go into the market and nobody buys, you look like you didn't know what you were doing. And so we just simply said, we're going to go into the market at a later time. We did about a month later and did all right. But for that first time period, it was pretty tough. By the same token, there were billions of variable rate debt in the state of North Carolina. The state had some, many of the larger jurisdictions had some. Guess what? After the 2008 meltdown, all of that variable rate paper got put back. People said, we don't want it anymore. And so it got put back to the banks that were undergirding that paper at a much higher cost. And all of that had to be taken care of. So over that time period, there were a lot of lessons learned that I think is important in terms of looking at planning, what are the alternatives, and so forth. As part of financial planning and doing countywide financial policies, a lot of them you would do would be related to your financial metrics, like what is the proper amount of annual fund balance? How should it change? If it goes over a certain number or percent, what should we do with it? Should it go to a separate savings account, for lack of a better term? Should we let it accumulate? How does it compare to people of our size? How does it look with respect to credit ratings and our access to the market in the future? So there's a whole lot of different, other than just purely fund balance, but there would be a number of metrics. You would say, here's how we compare, here's where we're over, here's where we're under, here's whether we either make it up or move where we're over to something else. And then we would look at your investment policies. There would be debt policies to the extent that you issue debt in the future. I know that there's been discussions about schools needing a whole bunch of facilities. And so all of those things would be looked at as part of the long-term financial plans. What do we see as the benefits? It gives you a longer-term perspective. It allows you to look not only at capital investments, but at operating cost. I'm sure many of you, because you're in the Triangle area, know Chatham County. Chatham County has been a client to us since we've been in business and was a client to me when I was at other firms before this firm was established. Chatham was the first client that we had that adopted an integrated financial plan and introduced it to the county commission right after our firm was started. They've stayed with that plan to this very day and have done very well with it. They also sit on the side of the triangle that is just having massive growth. And so the challenges to them are, how do you pay for all of that? So the challenges vary depending on where you sit, how you're going to grow economically, and those sorts of things. But the reason I bring them up is when we did their integrated financial plan and looked at their capital needs, which at that time were hundreds of millions of dollars, by the way, we also looked at their operating cost. And we said, if you bring capital on, if you build a new school, unless you close an old one, you're going to have increased operating cost. And so if you expand and get larger, what are the impacts on operating cost? So how's that going to impact future budgets for you as well? We also think a financial planning sets the stage for improved financial planning all along. It gives you ability to meet unforeseen events, and it lets you make changes with the least sudden impacts, much in the way of people had to look at 2008. And then it also creates credit positives for you. The North Carolina Local Government Commission regards long-term financial planning as a really sound part of being a good financial entity. And so we think that they, as well as many others, have looked at and have grasped financial planning, long-term financial planning, as a positive. What about credit rating considerations? How do you look at planning, determine that you want to have an organized way to look at long-term financial planning, do those plans annually at least, as an elected body, review them. Obviously, the staff will review them much more frequently than that. What does that mean from a credit rating perspective, and how will it help you retain your credit rating? As you know, well, I say as you know, well, y'all know everything about the financials, so you know that credit rating agencies look at four things. They look at economy, which unfortunately in large measure you can't control. You can do the best you can to make investments as a governmental entity, but the economy pretty well takes care of itself. They look at finances, which is by and large things like fund balances, budgets. Do you have operating surpluses, or do you simply break even, or do you have years where you actually consume fund balance? They look at management, which is all oriented towards budgeting. How sound is your budgeting? Management is the place where they would look at long-term planning, and how good is your long-term planning. And then finally, they look at debt and pensions. We saved words, but they have combined debt and pensions to look at. Now, if you looked at those four areas, which of the four would you say had the highest percentage towards your rating? Obviously, the economy. The economy is 30% of your rating, essentially. Which of those would you consider the lowest? Amazingly, it's debt and pensions. Amazingly, that's only 20% of your rating, and the remaining 50% is split between finances and management. I don't sometimes know how they come up with these things. I will tell you this, The rating analyst at Moody's ended up marrying a North Carolina, the major analyst ended up marrying a North Carolina girl, and about 5 years ago, she says, we're either moving to North Carolina or something. They were in Chicago and they moved to Raleigh. And so the guy that wrote a lot of these policies now lives in Raleigh and just became the city treasurer for the city of Raleigh. So if we ever want to ask him, maybe we could have him come here and say, how did those percentages work out? But at least all three of the last ones, finances, management, and debt, are all impacted by your financial plans. So at least 30% you can't directly control. You can make contribution towards the economy, but 70% you can control, kind of, not all of it, but a lot of it. And so that's where the long-term financial planning comes in from a credit rating perspective. Also, under credit rating sorts of things, they look at real specific methods for how you identify funding sources and how you do that within your long-term financial strategies. Counties, unfortunately, have less methods to do that than cities do. Cities have a lot more fees and ways to raise revenues. You have some, but cities generally tend to have more. And so that's why they look long and hard at counties who have less capacities in some respects to raise fees and so forth. They look at the soundness of your financial plan. They look at present, and they look at whether or not in the future you have addressed any of your credit negatives. And then towards the end, and then I'm soon going to turn this over to Andrew to get more into the nitty-gritty of how you would look at capital planning and that sort of thing. They look at whether or not your capital plan meets your county needs. What portion of the real need is funded? We're currently engaged with the City of Charlotte in a new exercise to sort of relook at how they do their capital plan. And they're going back into a method that says, let's look at capital needs and then define what percentage of them can be funded, as contrasted to a method they've used for years that said, this is how much money we've got, so this is what we're going to do. My point to all of that is ultimately coming to a place where rating agencies as well as yourself can define, are you meeting a level of need that is at the norm? Because none of you will ever meet 100% of your needs. It just isn't financially possible in most cases. And so the real question is it at that norm? It's sort of like, I guess, meeting all our personal needs.
Well, can you explain, why is it important for a rating, why is it important that our rating be as high as possible?
Okay.
How does that benefit the board? Because, we hear, all the time about what our rating is, but, what does it mean to have a high rating?
Well, it means several things. It's a good question. It means several things. For one, it means interest rates. The higher the rating, the lower the rate. But I'm going to be honest with you, because part of our regulations say we have to be totally disclosed to you. As low as interest rates are right now, the spread between ratings is not nearly as big as it used to be when interest rates were higher. So, but you do get a lower rate when you have a higher rating. The second thing that I think ratings do is they essentially give you, as both a management and a policy body, a method to show how an independent third-party entity looked at what you were doing and how they assessed what you were doing when compared to a large grouping of similar entities. It's a third-party method, if you will, to say, here's how you stack up, for lack of a better term. Now, from my point of view, and it's back to 2008 again, and I don't mean to belabor that, but good credit ratings get you access to markets. Back to the airport, couldn't sell the day we were in New York to sell. 30 days later, they got to the market when a lot of other entities still couldn't access the market because the Charlotte Douglas International Airport is one of the highest rated airports in the country. And so because their rating was high, the perception of their ability to pay made their access to the market even more important. So I would just say there's more reasons, but the three that I think are important: lower interest rates, independent assessment of how you stand compared to a large group of similar entities, and then third, access to the market. We're very lucky in North Carolina because of the North Carolina Local Government Commission. That helps us with access to the market. But I very seldom fail to give the Charlotte Airport example of, even in that case, there was no access to the market.
During downtimes, you have partners who are willing to work with a higher credit rating and others who may not.
That's very true. I'll say that I think Person County has a favorable credit rating, but I know that several times in the past when we've done financings, we have struggled to get lending institutions to bid on our projects. And I think if we can improve our credit rating, I think we can garner more interest by these lenders to give us actually a more we'll have more comparison, so we'll get a more favorable rate. I want to say it's AA minus, I think, is where it's at, and that's good for our size. But I think we can do things like the policies. I think they look at these credit agencies look at that, and so I think if we can get some things in place, I think we could actually achieve a higher rating, and that can't do anything but help us.
I think Missouri is a perfect example of this, where we've come
My home county.
Where we've come in and done this, and in a short amount of time, just having policies, a plan. I mean, they were delivered over $100 million in school needs. I mean, how do you even start?
That's a lot for my home county.
How do you even start to deal with that? And
right.
so, it took us a couple of years to develop the plan, get the priorities of the board, put it in the model, create the CIFs, as we'll talk about, get your financial planning, and in a short couple of years, their rating has actually gone up to now a flat AA. So they got an upgrade, even though we delivered a plan that we're getting ready to issue more money.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Andrew,
because of the plan.
Andrew, you're exactly right, and this is one of Andrew's primary clients, so he gets the credit for this. But here's the bottom line. Their credit rating had dropped, mainly because they had consumed a lot of fund balance. They didn't really have a very comprehensive capital plan, and so the presumption is that they were on a downward path. And one of their ratings actually dropped out of the AA category. So they had dropped into the A category. And so all of a sudden, they figured out, we got to find a new strategy. Now, part of their issue is they have 3 school systems. Imagine 3 school systems. So that was part of their issue, is attempting to fund 2 cities and 1 county school system. But they brought themselves back up to the AA category. They've issued, in fact, we're getting ready to do a sizable deal in a month or so, a month or 2.
For their school systems.
For their school systems, and found ways inside their budget to get that done. It wasn't always easy, but there was a method to get there, and everybody understood what it took to get there. So, good thought, Andrew. I left my watch at home. I just want to make sure that I'm...
10:34, how are we good on time? We have to 11? Just want to make sure we're not getting over our time.
I think you're right. Now, this is my last one.
Oh, this is your last one.
Yeah, you're trying to put me down on my last day. This is going to take us into Andrew, okay? Now, none of this is meant to be a criticism. It's meant to be factual, okay? Counties, unlike cities in North Carolina, have typically had their general fund contain, oh yeah, I didn't make it go, have had inside their general fund both operations and capital. It was almost all consolidated. And so if you have a general fund where you're paying down debt, or you have a year where you have less pay-go capital, essentially what can happen is the general fund can essentially move from a capital funding mode to a more operational funding mode, and you really just don't realize that that capital resource got lost, that it didn't stay at the same level that it was. So essentially, what a number of counties have done, many, more than half, have essentially separated their capital side from the operating side and have said the operating budget is the operating budget, and we're going to move resources, dedicated resources, out of the operating budget, primarily your general fund, into a dedicated capital fund so that we can track the resources that we've dedicated to both capital and operations to their source. I'm going to go back to Surrey. Surrey has more debt than y'all. Y'all have almost no debt. But you have needs, at least some that have been defined. Now, whether or not those needs are, pardon?
Give us a couple of weeks.
Yeah, even though those needs are probably larger than you'll be able to afford, they are large needs. And so in Surrey's case, they had had some fairly rapid debt pay down, and all of that had just remained inside the general fund. And so it came time, they had have y'all had, I should know this because we've met with y'all, have y'all had one of the studies that so many counties have done on school facilities?
Yes.
That's what I thought you had.
Driving.
That's what's driving it. Almost every county has had one of those. Almost every, and what we're seeing from all of them is it's not per se simply new systems. It's major maintenance that has gone so long unabated that we have older school buildings that are, guys, I graduated from Celeste Hinkle High School in Iredell County, named for the first female member of the school board of Iredell County, Miss Celeste Hinkle. And it still exists, and it was built in the 20s, and it's still a fairly good little school. But
Bricks and mortar.
Bricks and mortar. And it was well laid out, it was spacious, the hallways were right, there was a gymnasium, but of course the technology and all of those upgrades have had to occur, but the school still exists. The point is, for a lot of these studies, the major maintenance is as much a concern as is the new school needs, is what's going to happen to the roofs, to the environmental systems, all of those sorts of things. So now I know, because y'all told us this when I was here, I'd forgotten you'd had one of those studies. For Surrey County, which is somewhat larger than you, but not a lot, theirs was well over $100 million. Well over. I went to Elkin High School. Any of y'all ever heard of Elkin, the little town of Elkin? One of the coolest little school systems. It's like private schools inside this little town of about 4,000 people. And I remember the Elkin High School gym. It fails everything you can fail now on access and safety. And one of the projects is not to tear down that gym, but to renovate it. So I think a lot of that is helpful in my mind. I'm not the world's biggest tear-down person, just to say it seems to me there's a lot of good that can be there. But my point is, for Surrey, they had left a lot of that in the operating budget, hadn't put it in the capital budget. And so when they came to the method of separating operating money and capital money, they found the means essentially to help pay for part of this. Now the schools want it done over 10 years. They're going to be lucky to get it done over 20, given the resources the county has available to commit to it. But at least there's a plan. At least people know something's going to happen. They can prioritize and those sorts of things.
Exactly. So the first plan we delivered was, can't get all 100 million, but we can probably do 40 in a reasonable time period.
What's the tax base in Surrey
The gross tax base, I don't know, but I'll look it up while Andrew's talking.
Through their plan, they were able to create this plan without increasing any taxes based on some of the techniques that I'll talk about here with the CIF fund, and basically creating, as Doug said, two separate budgets within your budget. You have the operational side of the budget, which you continue to do as you've always done. We kind of create and segment through dedication of resources a separate budget that is all at your capital. So if we go to the next page, the CIF, as we call it, and of course every place calls it what they like, and the nomenclature, well, we tend to call it the Capital Improvement Fund. The basic way of doing that is to freeze the resources in your current budget that are going to capital resources. So one of the ways of doing that is saying your current budget is able to take the resources you're currently putting out for debt and pay-go, whether that's for general government or school pay-go or capital outlays, and attempt to freeze those amounts. So as Doug was saying, instead of having year after year, as debt service pays down, that kind of sloughs off into the operating budget and is probably taken over by other priorities or expenditures. What we tend to do is create a closed loop within those expenditures and revenues that you have now. And we'll create a separate budget and model that will project out those revenues and expenditures that helps create the basis for you to be able to make decisions on projects moving forward. So what we do first, as it says here, is we move the current debt service resources and costs and any other pay-go capital funds in the current budget, and we tend to freeze those amounts. So if the current year, I'm just going to guesstimate, let's say you're putting $3.5 million to the debt service fund to pay debt service this year. Next year, the debt service payment might be $3.3 million. But you would have frozen that $3.5 million amount, and so you have started creating its own fund balance in its fund of the savings that you had from year to year as debt service comes off.
Whereas right now, the drop-off of that debt goes back into our operating. Now it would go towards the capital plan.
It stays on the capital side to be used possibly in the future for projects, either pay-go or debt service, to make on years where your revenues might not meet your expenditures. So in a sense, sort of like the general fund, where you might use your general fund balance to plug the hole in the budget to get there, that's exactly what the capital side general fund, CIF fund would do as well. You compartmentalize all of that within its own closed loop, and that's what starts creating capacities based on your current revenues. So in a sense, you do lose some flexibility of year after year of that debt payoff going back into the operations side. However, the benefit is knowing that we have plans for the future for additional capital, pay-go and or debt. We're basically reserving that on our books for needs of future. So very similar to what we were talking about with the OPEB. You don't have to make those payments now, but you know they're coming. And so some counties are able to reserve monies for future costs. And that's exactly what the CIF fund would do. And so by freezing those amounts in your current budget, the hope is those can be pulled forward every year. And we are now creating quote-unquote dedicated monies that go into the CIF fund. That, of course, we then layer in what you're paying now. Your current debt loads into the CIF. Also, your projection of pay-go, not only for general government, but for schools and anywhere else, gets layered in. And then we start the process of what capacities are now generated. Because of the way that debt is structured in North Carolina, you have falling debt service payments every year. As we reprogram that back into the CIF, now what new resources do we have for new capital? So if now we have a $300,000 savings from last year, how do we save that or reprogram it into a future year for capital or pay-go? So then we can start layering in projects based on your facility study and the board's priorities. That helps give you the first snapshot of what you may or may not be able to afford based on your current resources. Once we start layering in projects, that the board sees and prioritizes based on the facility study, because we can't do the full thing, so we're going to have to start prioritizing. Then we can start showing you, if you want this project in this year for this estimated cost, this is what it might cost you. You know, and sometimes we put that in a penny equivalent. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to increase taxes by that, but if we put it in an equivalent, because that's where most people can kind of grasp what it might cost as on a penny equivalent. And so we could tell you it's going to cost X and X year. If you put them in this year, this is what it's going to cost. Maybe we push that project out a year. How does this affect your model? So you can really start prioritizing and planning and start moving projects up and back as needed based on the actuals of your revenues and the actuals of your expenditures. So what is the CIF really? It's a blending of your resources and your revenues together to create the capacity in a closed loop kind of budget. So instead of it all being put together, it's all separated. And of course, we have inside this model, it would be looking at 5, 10, 15, 20 years into the future. So anytime we look into the future, we have to create assumptions on where things are. So it has assumptions on growth. What's the growth of your penny or your tax base? What is the growth assumptions on cost? If we move a project out 2 or 3 years, we probably will have a cost escalation, so we need to look at those assumptions. What's the assumptions of timing of when projects are coming in? Is there one project that has to be done before another project, or is there one project that's the super priority because it's about to fall into the ground, you know, or something? So, and then it also gives you various funding scenarios and what-if analyses. So a lot of what I do in the day-to-day of doing modeling for a number of our clients is, and I know there's some connections to Chatham County in here, Renee, who was the manager over there, and Vicki, they would call me up and say, we want these 8 scenarios run. The commissioners have these ideas. And so I would create model version 14, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And we would go through each one of those models, and they would all have different assumptions on timing, cost, priority, and then you can go through and use that as a planning tool to be able to make good decisions moving forward on what is the right priority, what is the right timing, what is the good sizes, that then you can use to communicate to the public yourself. So it's a great planning tool in order to give you the ability to make good decisions, because you're not looking at budget year to budget year, but also looking over a 5, 10, 15, 20-year time period on projects and costs. So again, it separates out the funds from the general fund. We have done this in a number of places, and we have yet anyone to abandon the CIF and financial planning model that we have helped put into place. The comments we get from a lot of rating agencies when we show this type of stuff, the comments they've said is this is state level planning that they see. That usually they only see all their state level clients, mostly because a lot of entities haven't had a need to look 15 and 20 years down the road. But when you're delivered a large facility study and you have needs, rating agencies want to really see that you have a plan to tackle the needs rather than no plan to tackle the needs.
6.3 billion in 2017.
What kind of tax rate is
In the 70s, I believe. Can you picture that too?
Lastly, when we develop the model, we have a model that is basically the statistical and the numbers and the financial view that you can give. But we've talked about this before. The model is a living document. You know, priorities and plans change based on things that happen on the ground. If another 2008 happens, we'll probably have to change assumptions and possibly move out projects. A great example of of this in a planning sense is Onslow County. Very recently with the last hurricane that we had just come through. Onslow was hit hard. The school system was hit hard by the hurricane. What it found is that they needed a lot of roof repair, they had a lot of leaks, they had some foundational things, and they have a model they have a general model and a school model, and they basically came to us and says, it could be $50 million they need in short-term money. Can we do this? And I said, well, let me run it through your model. And the answer was, yes, you can, but your plan for new schools has been blown up. But you would be able to make those, or be able to have the tools available to make those decisions, as their board was all in the middle of a fiscal year, faced with possibly tens of millions of dollars in short-term money before FEMA and the insurance agents come and pick it up. We got to get these kids back in school, right? And so there was a time period there where the school really, where the county wanted to really leverage their capacity and their model to an emergency. And I was able to deliver some data to them that showed, yes, if y'all had to do this and this was what was going to happen, here would be the impact on your model, and here's what happens to your new school projects. They probably all got pushed out 5 years. And so you're armed with information to be able to make decisions. This next graphic is supposed to be a representation of kind of how the CIF, the Capital Investment Fund, might work in a slight accounting sense. This is all very, very simplified. But our goal is to also create a accounting mechanism of which you all can very easily show the tracking of inflows and outflows of the revenues and the expenditures. So without digging fully into your books, this is kind of a very kind of generalized look at you would have resources coming from the general fund. Right now, general fund is probably supporting the current debt. You would take that payment, as I talked about, freeze it in this year's current debt, and that would be the general fund. You might have school sales tax monies going into this because that may pay PAYGO and school capital outlay and or be paying for part of the school debt. So we would have school sales taxes coming to as a revenue. Education lottery, again, that's supposed to be used for only capital and debt and PAYGO. That would go into this model as well. The model would track and could help track what percentages of school sales tax is going to school needs. We would track a separate fund balance if that wasn't all being taken up by school needs at that particular time. We could show all of this. It's a great tool for the schools to show that their money is sitting somewhere ready to go.
Exactly. Let me just say one thing that I've learned, especially for the sales taxes that are committed to schools. One of the things we've learned as we do a plan, if you look at, a lot of the times the schools are putting in their requests to you for the use of that money for the capital side. They can diminish that if you're bringing to them down the road a solution for some of these dilemmas. And so oftentimes you can get some cash flow assistance by simply having them understand this is coming when they're asking for it now. So I think particularly on the school dedicated sales tax side that there's some capacities there if you basically say, here's the plan we have for timing, and here's the order we need to take it in.
Right, because some of the major renovations may replace some of the PAYGO costs you were spending to keep the buildings going in a certain sense. Sometimes you find some of those savings on both sides. Exactly right. And then, of course, we add any other miscellaneous revenue. Other clients have dedicated other funds, whether that be property tax, other fees and such, dedicated just to the capital side. So they know that when they quote-unquote swung the gavel and increased the pennies, that those pennies, 2 pennies, went to the capital. It was not to support operations. It was to get the schools. It was to get the project y'all are talking about. And then you'll see the yellow boxes are kind of where might these funds go. Obviously, debt service to pay the existing debt service you have and projected debt service that the plan may come up with. There's your general government, M&R, maintenance, PAYGO, and any CIP PAYGO projects that you have. School capital outlay PAYGO projects could be in here. Technology, capital, rolling stock. I know y'all talked about purchasing less number of cars this year than projected. All that would go into this side of the model. and be paid up out of that and out of the operations side. And of course, the last box is called new capacity, and it is hopefully what is generated as we make assumptions, prudent assumptions of growth into the future, which should be lower than probably actuals. It's kind of how we all do our budgeting. Revenues lower than actual and expenses higher than actual, so that we can get to some prudent assumptions, because it is our goal for real life to come out better than what the model has projected out. So this next graphic shows, well, how do we build new capacity? If we have frozen the resources out of our budget that are going into this capital improvement fund and segmented the operations from the capital side, how do we get new capacity out of things? And so we have projected revenues in the model. We're going to project those probably low. And so at the end of every year, we take the model and we tick and tie it to the CAFR, and we look at our new assumptions on projections of interest rates, our growth factors, all kinds of things to now re-implement based on actuals of that CAFR year what our new projections are. We have projected expenses, which are how big are the projects, how fast are they coming, how big are the PAYGO's expenditures. And then the last box are, things tend to happen slower than we project them. You ask an engineer and they'll be able to spend all that money in 6 months, but it may take them 3 years to spend it when it really comes down to it. So oftentimes projects don't happen as fast as we want them to. Sometimes you get savings when you do the actual bid of the project, which is why we tend to estimate the project a little high in hopes that bids come in a little lower. Do the actual revenues and expenditures come in higher or lower than projected? All that goes into, we then take and tie at the end of the year, and hopefully we have always overestimated expenditures, underestimated revenues, and have built new capacity in the model that we can then provide to you guys. And once things actually get done, we may estimate 5% on the interest rate, and it got done for 3.5%. Immediate savings to the model has been created, which we then present back to you all. That creates additional capacity. So, to realize we've got 3 minutes left.
We started a couple of minutes.
The implementation of a long-term financial plan includes all of the things we've been talking about. We have to have strong financial policies to undergird the decisions that go into the model and the creation of it. We develop capital project priorities. You're going to be delivered the facility study. You won't be able to do it all. We'll have to start creating what are the number 1 priorities, number 2 priorities, which I assume will be in conjunction with the school board because they will have their opinions on what priorities are. And then we always update the CIF model to reflect the current priorities and the current environment that we're in. The Onslow example was a perfect one where we took a mid-year crisis and could revamp the plan as it happened. We would have to develop with you guys not only the CIF, but your guys' priorities and the capacity provided by the CIF projections. We would like, I believe, part of the creation of the CIF is what we call a little bit of budget reform. And this will require you all as commissioners to swing a gavel and vote on whether you want to move forward with this type of thing, because this is a change to your budget and the way that you will do budgets moving forward if this kind of plan is adopted. So, you guys will have to really be the buy-in leaders and direct staff on which directions you want to go. So the new method, when implemented, will provide ongoing information. It's a living document that continues to change based on things on the ground. And it would also give you all the ability with information to arm yourselves to be able to make good decisions on the capital side of the budget moving forward.
Can I make a couple other comments that I heard while Andrew was talking and some of the questions and comments that you've had both earlier and when we got up here? I think the real benefits of this are often not obvious. We have done Cumberland County. Y'all know Cumberland County. It's a very fine county. Has an interesting economy, so much oriented towards the military. Their credit ratings challenges have been there because of a single or a large entity business as part of the county. They just voted, the county commission just voted last year to do this, to essentially have a long-term financial plan and to separate their operating and their capital cost. We went to multiple county commission meetings, answered a lot of questions, and I think they found a lot out by that process, just as at some point, hopefully, we would have multiple meetings with you. I think what comes as a benefit from that is in North Carolina, we are so unique. You provide all the capital to the schools. They do not. And so I think they do not have the ability to raise debt. They can't levy their taxes. I think what this does is it really assists you in helping the school board understand what your real capacities are. It lays out your capacities and says if the capacity gets larger in order to help you, here's what it costs. Here's what we either have to give up in the existing budget, or here's what we have to do to raise additional revenues. I think that's important for them, to be honest and fair, and it's important for you as well. So I think the whole planning process for counties, unlike cities, because we've done this a lot for our city clients, more for our county clients, is I think it helps bring together an understanding level between the two governing boards and their financial and management people on you, the provider of the debt, what your capabilities really are, and how you have to be accountable for the overall tax system or the tax levies inside the county. So.
Yeah, I wanted to make two comments. One, just to let the commissioners know, in terms of creating the CIF, if we were to move forward with this, we do have the large fiber project that would be coming off the books. So that would be kind of instant capacity, and that's a pay-go project. So it's
we had the 750 on the courthouse.
Yeah. So I think it's a good year in terms of timing. So I just wanted to make that point. And then the second thing I wanted to say was, if you could speak a bit more about timing in terms of when you would need this information, how many meetings would you be coming to, how long would it take to go through those financial policies, and when would this be up and running?
Right. Okay. I mean, I think as we always say, the time is always of the essence. The sooner we can get started, the better. But it's going to take a good year to get through the entire process for us to really dive into your books, really look at what our recommendations are, setting up the fund, coming to you all and talking, getting your priorities. And it's a back and forth. So it'll take about a year to really develop the first layout of the plan before, we really start adopting some things. Right. But the policies will be part of that development over the next year and such.
But I would say, Andrew, just to add to that, I think for the upcoming budget cycle, especially with respect to some of your pay downs on your pay-go projects, on some of your debt, I think there can be some data and information brought to the table this year that would say this is how it starts, whereas the full implementation may not be this budget year because it's on us. It may be bill forward to the rest. Now, meetings, we become a virtual part of the county staff on the staff side. With elected officials, we meet as many times as you want to. It is generally multiple times. Until multiple being 3 to 4, probably, from the start to the finish, the 4th or 5th time. The most recent being Cumberland, big county, pretty sophisticated. We met with the county committee, we met with the staff for 15 years because we know them, but with the county commission 4 times. Okay. And on the 3rd time they voted to do it. No, 2nd time they voted to do it. The 3rd time, we took them the most comprehensive plan, and then the 4th time, they voted to put it in, which was before their last budget.
They voted some priority projects.
And that's right. On the 4th meeting, they did their priority projects within the resources they had set aside.
And did those meetings include discussions about adopting the financial policies too, or is that just the model?
The policies were adopted as part of the 4th meeting.
Okay.
But can be fit in.
They could have come quicker. They really preferred it all sort of being in one nice big package.
Okay. And they had some, but we had to update.
And as part of the policy side of it, we would provide you data that would compare you to peers would compare you to perhaps non-peers, for lack of, it would give you comparisons, show you on that side, and then I think help lead towards, as an example, in the Surrey side, we help them factor through a lower percentage of fund balance in the general fund because they were creating the capital fund. And that allowed us to seed the capital fund with some of the fund balance money. The rating agency saw that as a positive because they had set an amount on what was purely the operating fund, a la the general fund, and it was a lower percentage, and used that extra money over to the, they perceived all of that as a positive because of the segmentation between operating and capital. Is that too long an answer?
No, that was helpful.
What you're basically calculating is free cash flow.
Well, what we're calculating is what is currently available and therefore perhaps free, and what could come in the future based on other occurrences. And what we would say to you, to be honest and fair to you, is if what you have meets this need, but there's a driving for that need, we will tell you what that will cost to get there. And I think that's helpful to you to say to the public, if we fully funded the plan, this is what it costs you. You put it out there, and then it becomes a discussion for the public. I'm going to give you a specific example of that. Forever, we lived in Mecklenburg. We live in Mecklenburg County, the great state, and we would vote $250 million for schools, and the county wouldn't tell us how much taxes were going up as a result of that. They said, we don't know, because when we build the schools, we'll know what the tax value is, and we'll know other things, and we can tell you then. That didn't go over well, and they got a ding on one of their credit reports saying that you can't really not tell people. So I think what we would be in a position to do to help you with this planning is help people understand the dilemma you're in to raise the additional money and how it's not easy to get there.
Well, I have one more timing issue, and Andrew and I have emailed a bit about this, but I just wanted to make it clear. If we were to move forward with this, when would we need the information from the schools? That's our big project coming forward, so that we can begin to prepare for this for fiscal year '21.
Again, as ASAP as we can get it, mostly because we'll start doing some analysis, but a lot of it still kind of comes from your all. I can look at a thing full of projects, but I'm not necessarily in the best position to tell what's a priority or not. So we will look at that, start doing some prioritization with the staff of what we all know, and then moving into the other projects. So
by this fall or winter,
yes, yeah.
If we're moving towards that budget. Because what we really need from the schools is for them to develop a list of priorities. What are the most essential? What is the timing needs? And we would help lay this out for them to define for y'all, is what are their highest priorities? What are the timing needs on those highest priorities? What are the costs and where did they get them? Because oftentimes they're not right. I don't mean that in a mean way or in anything to your schools. Depends on how old the study is, depends on a lot of factors. And then we would say, what is your second tier, fully understanding? And it may even go to a third tier of what are the priorities, your view of cost, how did you get the cost, what is the timing? Because what you often find in this exercise is what might be the highest priority doesn't get there the quickest by timing. And so you can help fit in priorities from different tiered levels of importance simply because of timing.
So if you need that final information in fall, winter, it sounds like we need to be having those types of discussions well in advance of that. So
that's correct.
You're talking spring, summer.
That's correct.
Is when we need to
soon.
begin.
What we have done, did with Surrey, did with others, most of the others, is we will attend with the schools with you. I mean, we would say, so that they don't think it's just, or we will not. That is your decision. But at least in the Surrey case is the most recent one. We were part of that, met with the 3 school superintendents, the 3 school chief financial officers, talk to them about prioritization?
They have their
How they got
priorities,
there?
and through discussion with staff and the commissioners, they set what the priorities were. So in Surrey's case, they swung a gavel and committed to 2 sets of projects, the ones we did last year and the ones we're doing this year. That's all they've committed to so far. But we will start layering on new projects once we get the actuals of what we've just done. But it's always done in concert with the school board staff and the commission.
And we would take the part that you would feel most appropriate, either being part of it at that point or not. I saw, sir, you're saying, oh my Lord, dealing with 3 or something kind of like that. One of our clients forever has been Sampson County. Y'all know Sampson. They have 2 school systems, and they about 10 years ago did just a massive school program, 3 new high schools, a whole bunch of stuff. And I'll never forget this, working with the county and the superintendents, everybody's saying, how are we all going to agree on this at the same time? And so they had a joint board meeting. 2 school boards and the county commission met in one big old space and all voted simultaneously to do it. It was pretty amazing.
That is amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
National news.
It should have been in front page.
And they all agree.
So, other questions you have? Good, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a lot to take in.
Break time.
Yeah, I think we do have a break.
Everybody get a cup of coffee. Start back.
I was waiting for you to have all kinds of questions for the financial people. I was looking at you to ask all the questions. 9 report, I'm still waiting to hear back from Ann, because they do it. In 2017, we had 9 deaths.
We're gonna have all sorts of talk
We
during
had
your
1 twin, I know. We had 3 with the assistant. But not the whole county. One is too many.
We're going to move
You know damn well it takes a good hour to warm up to these things. I can do an ice
All right. Amy, how you want to go on? Lead the next discussion?
Both of us with food in our mouth.
Yeah.
Well, we sort of left this section unstructured with the intention of trying to spend some time discussing what we've heard so far in the presentations that you've had, and find out from you if there's any additional items that we could follow up on with further information. So, Amy, unless there was certain information you wanted to present, we were wanting to just facilitate a discussion based on what you've heard this morning.
I really don't have a formal presentation. I knew it was going to be a lot of information thrown at you for these first 2 presentations. And I just open it to you to ask any questions that you may have thought of after listening to all of that, if we can answer any.
How much does that service cost?
That's a good question.
That's a great question.
It's $35,000.
35?
It's a one-time $35,000 fee, and that gives you the debt model. And as they said, they become virtual staff, so that gets their time. Those first 4 to 5 meetings that they'll be coming to and helping us with the model, the policies, et cetera. And then going on into the future, as if you have options you want to share with them to have, to be run through the model, that is a one-time fee that goes on in perpetuity for managing that model.
Well, the model becomes Person County's. It doesn't, even if they stop doing the services, the model is ours to keep. But they would also, we could also retain them for financings, debt financings that we did. They would be basically our financial advisor to take care of that. So we would, yes, we would contract with them to do that, to manage that process.
Just like we have in the past with all the other financings that we've done. And
I will say that's
the fees and
that's very much in line. The $35,000 is very much in line with what we would pay them to, or pay someone to help us with a debt financing.
Are they telling you or teaching you anything you didn't already know?
Well, I think they specialize in debt modeling. As much as I've tried to create something that we can manage through a CIP plan, they add several layers to that I just don't have the resources to provide. And I think the benefits that you would gain from that, or Person County would gain from that, would be priceless. I think it's going to help us with all the challenges that we know are coming at us. It would be very difficult for me to give you the options that they're going to be able to give to you, whereas now, we make a recommendation to you as far as a financing package or pay-as-you-go package. they're going to give you maybe 5 options. So, you know, really, it empowers you as a board to provide or to choose the most viable option for Person County, and also creates this model that tells you what your capacity is. That's difficult for me to do the way that we've got our fund structured right now. I don't have those resources combined with the expenditures. Ours is, we have a CIP plan, but we don't combine those resources. And so I think it's a very transparent plan that that we just haven't been able to do up to this point.
It also enhances your policies. You know, that's something we've wanted to do and have not been able to do.
Absolutely, yeah.
It also sets a goal for us in the hopes of it improving our credit rating. Once we have these policies in place and a financial model in place, I think we heard that, you know, that's potentially out there too, which is exciting to staff, you know, as a goal of our own.
That can be a huge benefit to us.
What do you think, Hal? This is your realm of expertise.
Well, the credit rating would be, I'd say, the biggest factor, the reason you'd be doing that, because she's absolutely right. You know, banks, financial institutions, they are not in the direction of just public fund. The public fund sector is not a big driving force at banks, so going for, so they're definitely going to be going towards the ones with the less risk and the better credit rating. I mean, the pros and cons. The credit rating would be the biggest, would be the biggest impact that I would think you would get from this. The con is, you know, this is a long-term plan. This board changes hands over time, you know, so but you could have some type of blueprint set forth, so when there is a new board that comes up, that there's something laid in place that can provide some type of planning for them.
Well, for the money we got to borrow coming up, can we afford not to have something like this?
Right. We feel like the timing is right with the level of debt that we're talking about needing to incur to support the school's needs, both in the near future and the long term. You know, we think that this makes a lot of sense right now. And what this buys you is a model that even if the political will of the board changes as elections go on, that model remains ours so that we can plug in various scenarios and various priorities of the board and adapt it to reflect the board's needs each year.
I would ask, coming from from Heidi and Amy, since we rely on your expertise on this, I mean, in your opinion, is this something that you consider would be vital importance for us to move forward with?
Emphatically, yes.
That's all I need to know.
When would we? Go ahead. I was going to ask, when do we need to make a decision?
Sooner the better.
As soon as possible. The sooner you can decide on this, then it gives us more flexibility to start looking at some numbers and making some plans.
Have we talked to these other counties to see their experience with them?
Yes. And everybody I've talked with can't say enough about that group.
Sybil and I both come from organizations that employ this particular group as well, and have had good experiences and good tenures with them.
You know, another thing, Michelle, I think a fabulous job that Amy and Laura do in that department for the county, as evidenced by some of the remarks from the auditors, and you do that. But I think you're at capacity, and there's only so many hours in a day, and only so much that you can do. And I think we've reached a point that we need something beyond that. And to go along with what Commissioner Puryear is saying, there are some political winds that change, and I think that's somewhat problematic because we historically, as a board, can't seem to make a decision and stick with it. And this might be the avenue that we take here, and we need to plan, and we need to stick with it if we think that's for the benefit of the county and it will prove itself out. Personally, I have an old saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. And we don't need to go down that road, or those roads that aren't going in the right direction for the county. And so we need a plan, and it needs to be well thought out, based on our abilities, and to utilize all our resources to the greatest benefit of the county. So I'm very much in favor of doing this.
I'd like to offer a motion that we hire them for their service. Any discussion?
I think you're going to get, the more I've learned about it today, the more I think you're going to get more value. This is not just going to be a strategic plan or the future, or something that, these are real numbers, and that I think will help our finance department. So when we do have questions about what's coming off the books, it's not a surprise to us, and we can't expect Amy and the finance department to jump every time we have a question on concerning long-term planning. It's our job to kind of set that guidelines for them, not us, not them coming to us, letting them know what's falling off the books and what we need to do.
Mr. Chairman, I agree that, I think that's our action plan. I've seen these strategic plans get done, spend a lot of money on them. Most of the time, by the time they start implementing something one year, the second year, the board changes and the thing laying on this 5-year plan, just laying on the shelf gathering dust. So I think this is the best thing I've seen.
Well, I think the expertise that they bring to us is going to be something that we got to have going forward, because we're fixing to bite off a pretty good chunk. Hopefully they will ask some hard questions of us. And what I mean by that is, we have some services that we got to have or don't have to have. And anyway, I just think that with the people they deal with, they've already tackled most of the issues.
I think
They know what questions they ask anyway.
I think the experience that they have, and if they're truly all the best, and we say, and y'all have looked into that, and that they've got a strong network with other government entities, and so there may not be a problem they haven't tackled before, so they come up with that experience as well.
Well, it's our first time hearing from them today, so it's not like we've got time to go out and call some of these counties that they name dropped. So I will simply base my vote based off staff's recommendation that y'all have done y'all homework and recommend this firm over others.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Y'all Q&A through.
Is there anything else that y'all would like to ask questions about from any of the presentations that you heard this morning? Auditor,
She didn't tell us we did a good job like our old auditor used to tell us.
What was the experience of working with this auditor as opposed to Winston Williams Creech? Well, it's not Winston anymore, Creech and Evans.
They were, I can't say it was better or worse, it was different. They looked at different criteria. We had to pull records that we've not pulled before, and that's not a bad thing. They looked at things that our previous auditor didn't look at for whatever reasons. And I think they helped us to make some improvements in areas that needed to be improved. So we have some communication issues that I think is just part of the first year transition, trying to figure out what they're wanting from us and what we need to provide to them. So we had to work through some of those, but we're supposed to meet with them at the end of this month to talk about our process, to look back and see what we can improve for the coming year. But I thought they were very thorough and very knowledgeable.
I was going to ask because they found some deficiencies that we hadn't heard before.
They did, and we were glad that they found those, because it was something that we could address and find ways to improve that for next year so that we don't get the same finding. And that's really what it's about. It's about them helping us to find weaknesses that we can improve upon. And I thought they did a good job of that.
Other questions before we move into a snapshot of revenues? Ready for Russell to proceed?
All right, Russell. A PowerPoint slide coming up.
I'll say that Russell's first slide was something that Chairman Newell had asked us to look at, and I found this quite enlightening.
This is not as simple as you would think it would be. You would think comparing tax rates to other counties or surrounding counties, yes, would be very simple to do, but it's not. So this is not in a specific order. Actually, the order came about based on when I got responses from my surrounding counties. So it's not ranked based on who's the cheapest, who's the most expensive. Of course, we knew Person County's rate, so that one was identified first. But even when you go down to property tax rate, you look and say we're the lowest on the property tax. Durham County actually has a 9.71 cent capital finance built into that 77 cent tax rate. I don't know exactly what that does and when it expires, but that is a higher rate because that 9.79% cent tax rate is built into it. To make it even more complicated, we started talking about fire tax. Fire tax for Person County, of course, last year we did it the first time, we had 1 cent. Granville County does not have a fire tax. Vance County has a overall fire tax for everybody, it's 6.4 cents. Durham County, I got a little squiggly mark there and I say 11 cents, but they have different rates for different districts. And the Durham County tax rate can run from 7.78 to almost 21 cents, depending on where you're living. Orange County, same situation. Orange County, the fire tax rate is 5.92 up to 11.37 cent. And then Caswell County always has to be a little bit different. So years before, they had this unique $15 per vehicle tax. Interestingly enough, this past year, they did add a fire tax at 3.69 cents. They did not do away with that $15 fire tax, which was what everyone thought would happen. I don't know if it's oversight, if it's a long-term plan to keep it there. But if you have a vehicle in Caswell County, you're paying a $15 fire tax fee, and you're paying a 3.69% tax rate in addition to that. The $15 per vehicle tax brings in about $300,000 extra on top of the 3.69 cents. That's very interesting to see how that played out. Solid waste is something that Person County does not have. And again, this is something that seems very straightforward, but it's not. Granville County, $86 per household, unless you have a private hauler. And then they will give you a break and only charge you $20. Vance County is a flat $112. Again, Durham County $159, Orange $132, Caswell $44. Again, the different one there, if you have a private hauler, they don't charge you at all. It's a zero fee. The private hauler brings in another issue because unless you have one hauler to work with, identifying if they have that private hauler and reducing that rate becomes cumbersome. You may not have a direct match between the owner of the property and the person who has the private hauler bill. And a lot of people sign up for private haulers just that first couple of months to get the lower solid waste fee. You wouldn't think that would happen, but that's what the counties are saying. So a lot of people sign up for a private hauler just to avoid paying a solid waste fee. So I took those numbers and I ran across the average median home, $116,000, and did the math. And $116 is the average median home price in Person County, not necessarily in Durham or Orange. But it showed you what the different taxes would be if you paid the solid waste fee at full price, if you paid the average fire tax in those districts. So you see we're $824, we're actually the cheapest one out there, if you compare just those things. And then I said, well, a lot of houses aren't 116,000, so let's just do it at 200 and see where that plays out and see how the numbers kind of fluctuate there. That gives you more than just saying our rate is different than other counties, probably gives you a little bit better insight of why those rates might be a little different. course, that's not all the stuff that's on the tax bill, so I had to add another slide because of other things included there, mainly stormwater and animal fees, dog tax, cat tax, things like that. So Grandport and Person both have the same consultant that did our stormwater fees. Therefore, it's not surprising that the fees are very similar. None of the other counties have a stormwater fee, but they do have stormwater costs, and they fund that out of the general fund. Durham, of course, does a lot of theirs through the city of Durham, most of Durham being incorporated, most of Orange being incorporated, so it's still kind of hard to compare those. Most counties have gotten away from the animal tax. We still have a $3, brings in about $15,000 annually. Durham County had one, but theirs has been phased out. Orange County has an animal fee of 30 or 10, the difference being if your animal has been altered, spayed or neutered, therefore you have a lower impact on the population and animal control. So that's a fee we may want to look at either getting rid of or increasing, or most counties are getting away from it. It's just it's a lot of work for not a lot of money. So we may want to think about looking at that one.
Most counties, if you pay a dog tax, you get a tag saying you got it. It's enforced. Where here, it's just honor system, right?
I was just strictly voluntary.
So you wear a tag or something the dog has to wear showing you paid your tax that year.
Durham County tried to tie it into the rabies vaccination. So you got a rabies vaccination and that's your cycle. They built it every month. And it took a full-time person just to keep track of that. So it's a cost benefit there as well as it's worth the trouble. It may get you some better records if you had tied it together, but it is a lot of work for very little return on money. Usually I present a bunch of slides trying to get commissioners to understand what changes in our property tax value. For the sake of time this year, and since most of you have been through my long presentation before, I did not do that this year. So basically I want to go over and show where we are today and what my estimates are based on and what I don't have information on today. So our real estate growth has been just over $46 million between last year and where we are today. We've basically finished all new construction, so we really did a good job of getting out there, following the permits, knowing what was added as of January 1, and all that's been in the computers. I'm pretty confident we had about $46 million in growth on real property. The biggest growth was one of our industries added a warehouse for storing raw materials. That added about $1 million. We had a couple of other commercial things like Dollar General, Family Dollar, things like that. We had a dozen or so high-end lake houses, and the rest of it just regular residential houses being built mainly in the southern part of the county. Personal property stayed pretty flat. I think that's about $1.6 million in personal growth, and that's your farm equipment, your boats, jet skis, airplanes, things like that. It really is a small number, but that's where that's coming from. Your machinery always goes down unless you have a lot of investment annually. So what happens with machinery, and this is your business equipment, we have to recognize depreciation every year. Machinery, personal property, state appraised property, all appraised every year, as opposed to real estate being reappraised during reevaluation. So we lose about 8% in value in that machinery every year unless we add new equipment. The only insight I have on new equipment being added normally comes through economic development and incentives. So we offer an incentive on something, we have reports early about what they've added. Most of your big businesses get an extension. They don't list their taxes until April 15th. So I have very little insight of what's being added. So when I take away the 8% depreciation, I end up losing $36 million in value. I think the number will go up and be a little bit less loss, but that's the best information I have today. Your state appraised, we always are a little conservative there because we don't have a number until September. Last year, that number did go down. It went down $11.5 million. And I'm anticipating, based on that, it going down about $12 million again next year. I usually hold about $25 million. I think with some of the listings coming in, they'll give us a little more buffer. But right now, I have very little buffer, only $12 million buffer. And that's including a little bit of increase in motor vehicles. And that gets us to the exact same tax base we had last year at 4.120. So 4.12 billion is the base last year, and where I think, based on today's information,
where we'll be next year. So not showing any growth, even though we had $46 million in real estate growth because of loss in business equipment. Fire tax is pretty, sorry?
Excuse me, in the machinery category,
Yes, sir.
Hollywood, not included.
But Hollywood's not included, and that's actually a great question, because it's all based on January the 1st. So anything they added before January 1st would be there, and there was nothing added. Not to my knowledge. There may be some planning stuff that would be taxable. They've done some changes to the building, and that's already included in my real estate growth. So a lot of times a project will run a year behind, because it's based on January 1st. Good question. The fire tax is very, very similar. I'm not recognizing any growth there. You would think it would be exactly the same as the county, and it pretty much is. Of course, the fire tax does not include the city, so the numbers are a little bit different. With the fire tax being the first year we had ever done fire tax this year, our revenues are exactly what we thought they'd be. I think we may have a $2,000 buffer of extra revenues that we didn't anticipate. That's how close we got that number. Without having any history to base it on, I'm very proud that we came that close. And so for next year, we always talk about what 1 penny will generate. So at 97.5% collection rate, 1 penny on the county tax rate would be $447, $956. Last year it's $446, $023. Again, a slight increase in your registered motor vehicles. Your fire tax last year was $360, $857. This year, $377, $963. A change there is we're taxing 12 months worth of vehicles for fire tax this year, not 9 months, because of timing. The motor vehicle fire tax didn't actually go on the books until October 1. That's all because the registration notices are already mailed out before the tax is put in place. And our final slide, I thought it might be interesting because there was a lot of discussion last year about going to a true fire tax and how to get there. If we want to go to a true fire tax, we would need to shift another $630,836 over to fire tax. What that would mean would be a 1.67 cent increase in the fire tax rate, which I would beg you to please have a more rounded number than 2 digits, but that will give you $631,198. And then, of course, that offsets the county tax rate by a different number because the county's tax rate includes everything. So a 1.67 increase in fire tax, you could lower the county rate by 1.41 cents. And that's the offset there, but I want to point out that is a revenue neutral for the county, not for the citizen. So if you lower the citizen's rate one amount and raise it a different amount, the citizen would see an increase in their tax bill, $0.25 increase basically.
Oh, you just leave it there.
Right, if you left it alone, then they would see an increase of the 1.6.
If you add a tax rate, please, of the 2 cents instead of 1.67, then they would see an increase of 2 cents. And on that $200,000 house, it would be a $40 increase if you did 2 cents.
Would the total fire tax rate be 2.67?
It would be total fire tax if you round it up to 2 cents instead of, it would be 3 cents.
Okay.
They already have 1 cent in place. This will be additional fire tax on top of the 1 cent that's already out there.
Right.
So 2.67 to get exactly $1 million. The more rounded the numbers are, the easier it is to apply the numbers. And you start building some fund balance for the fire departments. Gives them a slight increase in funding for next year if you did that. And that is my 10 minutes.
Well, and I also wanted to remind you about the volunteer fire contracts that are in your packet. We are slated for an increase this year based on what you did last year. So you might want to keep that in mind when setting a fire tax to accommodate that additional amount.
Yeah, so rounding up 2 cents and making a total 3 cents would give you some growth there.
Would it cover that percentage increase in the contract?
I need to run those numbers. I'm not sure either.
What was the
I'm sorry,
increase?
we
Do we
didn't think
know?
about that.
2%.
Every other year.
So it'd be $1,020,000.
Correct.
So the 3 cents would definitely give you the $1,020,000, yes.
And then going forward, of course, you've got that increase every other year.
Well,
So
you would-
the fund balance, well, could pay for that, or?
I would hope
The
that.
discussion should be,
that 2% was put in the contract before we had a fire tax, because we were trying to give them some type of increase every other year, opposite of the city of Roxborough. So if we're gonna go to a fire tax, maybe that discussion to be needs, or if we're gonna form some type of, fire tax advisory group, if we're gonna go for a true fire tax, which I hope we do.
So you use a different system than that?
I think so. I think that'd be the discussion.
Well, in a true fire tax, you could say that the rate is going to be set at 3 cents, and as the county grows, we'll leave that rate stable. So as we have growth in our tax base, they get a
It
growth.
could grow, the different, amount could be different based off tax.
And new industry comes to towns, and they get more money without changing the tax rate. That's kind of what we've done with the county tax rate for the last 12 years.
All right, any questions for Russell? If not, Mr. Cox, if you could teach us how to lower our ISO rate.
Okay.
Well, thank you for inviting us. I'll start out.
Brian, would you mind going to the podium and speaking into the microphone for us?
While he's walking to the podium,
Yeah.
I would say I would like us to bring it back and go ahead and get rid of the animal tax.
I'll make a note of that. You want to talk about that today?
Yeah, we won't vote on it today. Now, I'm just saying later on when you come up with the budget stuff.
Okay.
Tony's got some information to pass out, but very quickly, my name is Brian Cox. I'm one of the new guys with the Office of State Fire Marshal. I spent 30 years in the fire service, the last 11 as the fire chief in Randolph County there at Archdale, and had the honor to come work with the Office of State Fire Marshal. So, the reason we bought, Vernon Ward was supposed to come with us, but he had a death in the family, so he couldn't make it. So, Tony came with us. Tony actually has done a lot of work in this county over the past years. This is my county now, but so far I haven't done any work in the county. So, as far as questions that's being asked, if you ask certain questions, if I can't answer those questions, I will ask Tony to help us out here.
Thank you.
So I guess, are we here just to answer questions, or what are we looking for basically from our meeting today?
What can we do to? What I'd like to hear is how do we do what Castle County did?
Okay, so there's the buzz, Castle County. Castle County started, in my understanding, about 3 years ago. This started about 3 years ago. First of all, they got everybody on the same pages. You got to have the fire departments working together. And so that, once they understood that number one, we're here for the citizens. We're here to provide a service for the citizens of Castle County. They all got on the same page, started working together. Once they started working together, then they came up with a game plan how to accomplish their goal. There again, there's 4 different areas that that makes up the grade that they receive. Number 1 is your communications. Then you got to work with what kind of water system you have in your county. Then your fire department, what kind of fire department do you have, personnel, equipment, how they operate, how they run their calls, all of that. And then there's a community risk section. That all makes up the total score that a fire department gets, which determines what your residents pay on their homeowner's insurance. So, but that was the key thing that they worked on. Number 1 is working together. Number 2 is establishing a water system. And I'm assuming, Tony, help me out here, Person County is a lot like, there's not really that much water here other than static water systems, static water points. And when I say static water points, I mean ponds and things like that. So they've got to get certified, start training on, and then that's how they able to build their water system. Each static water system must have at least 30,000 gallons of water in each pond or static location. And so once you get those established within your fire districts, then they start training and start learning how to move water with your tankers and such things as tenders, tankers, and things like that.
And we got they're not every department, but we got water lines north and south. We've got water lines going north all the way to work, Ray, all the way up.
Right there,
You go
right
going
there,
south all the way on
Archie's.
Durham County line. So-
like Clay's floor, somewhere in that area.
Oh, you know, I'm talking about 49.
The north side goes all the way to LP.
Yeah, that's near the line.
We've got 2 county districts that have hydrants, basically run down the middle of their district.
And there again, if they don't have those static water points in their district, they still set up a water shuttle using the wet hydrants throughout their district, or if they have to go to a neighboring district, if that's, as long as they come up with some kind of game plan as how to move that water to meet the fire needs within that fire district.
Would the size of the tankers make a difference?
Tremendously. And there again, that goes by pre-planning years in advance. Of course, the bigger tankers you have, the more water you're going to have. I would say probably on average, in today's fire service, when a fire department or purchasing equipment such as tankers or tenders, we're looking at 2,000 gallons or more, 2,000, 3,000 gallon tankers. Old school, we always bought those 1,000 gallon tankers. The more water you have, the better off you are.
Now, when I talked to, is it David Summit?
David Summit, yes.
And Vernon, basically they told me on the phone, we're not far off from what we need to do. And I think that's kind of what we wanted to hear today is, how close are we to getting these departments to this point to where we can see some type of decrease in ISO rating? And obviously, Castle County, through adding that fire tax and keeping the vehicle tax or whatever, we're able to provide some funds to help them do that. And that's kind of where I was hoping to get today, of how far are we from it and what type of resources are probably needed from the county to get it done.
Right. There again, like I said, they took a 3-year process. Right now, there's 3 key, in my opinion, 3 key elements. Number one, you gotta have that person to pull it all together. All departments. Years past, departments don't like to work together. I'm just gonna say it. There's territorials, but in these days, we've got to work together. So you get that one person in this county to be that team builder, get everybody on the same page, and then start establishing these water points. And then let's start doing some training, automatic aid training, mutual aid training. And then, like you said, we're almost there. The other part of, every department has got an administrator in those departments, and that's part of, they've got to maintain their records, keep up their training, and it's paperwork, like anything else. As far as making this happen, that's where we start as a group. You got to find somebody in this county that says, hey, I'll make this happen. I'll take the lead role. We're going to get all these departments on the same page, working together. Start establishing these water points, and start doing this training, and we're there.
Why couldn't an individual department have that motivation to get that themselves? I mean, I think part of our frustration has been we've seen no improvement in ISO ratings for as long as any of us have been, engaged in this subject. We've seen no change.
Well, let's be honest, today's fire service volunteers is getting less and less and less. It's a lot of work to stay on top of this, make sure that this is happening. So you see a lot of departments that are struggling with keeping 15 people on the roster, and that's mandatory. You have to have 15 of these certified departments. They can't do it, so a lot of departments are merging these days because one department may have the personnel to make this happen, and this one don't. But there again, you just got to come together and make it work. In an all-volunteer department, it's tough these days. It really is.
I will say that it's not just this county. You go, my wife's folks are from Vance County, and I've seen that in the headlines in the paper down there about the frustration that they're having dealing with the volunteers because they, like you said, they don't have as many. Granville County, some of the commissioners over there told me they were having the same struggle. So we're in the boat with a lot of counties. I don't know where this boat's going, but not alone in this, but, and I'm raised on a lot of work with this, and I don't know where our departments are. I'm not going to say that, but I'm going to tell you, this is not just a county issue. This is, looks to me like it's a statewide issue.
It is.
So in your packet, you'll find, we had required in this year's fire funding contracts, a progress report from each department to articulate how they were making strides to obtain an improved ISO rating. And we do have a report for each department in there, and there's some hope that some of these departments are actually fairly close and have scheduled ISO inspections, and Doug could speak to those specifically. But as a whole, we've just not seen any real interest in improving this for taxpayers.
Well, I think the first step was the county going with this fire tax, trying to secure some more funding for them, and in efforts, giving them that initiative to start this process. And I think we had that interest from at least majority of the departments to do so, and hopefully, Wayne just got reelected to be president again of the Chiefs Association. I just wanted us to start this conversation from the county end to where we go back to the Chiefs Association of what needs to be done and kind of what's the expectations, since we have initially taken this step to start this fire tax to get additional funds, and then we want to see the effort, which some departments have sent us in what they're doing, and I know that y'all have already done some county-wide trainings with some of the water. I mean, I don't know the terminology. I'm just sitting there. I've been a Chiefs meeting for 10 years, and so I pick up on some of the terms, but I mean, I know what it means, And I know they've already done some trainings and stuff toward this county-wide type trainings. I just wanted us to start this conversation so we can go ahead and get this ball rolling. If this is the start of the 3 years or whatever, if Castle County can do it, I'm sure Preston County can.
And I think a lot of the, a lot of your rural volunteer fire departments, the leadership constantly is changing. And so a lot of the chiefs that are coming in may not know the process. So they're scared to, or they're afraid to tackle the process. And that's one of the things I would encourage during the chiefs meeting. This is, takes a little time, but it's very achievable through this county. Like you said, Castle County done it. And I had the honor to grade 1 department that went from a class 9 to a class 4. Because they had, and you're talking about tremendous savings for those taxpayers. But they had their game plan together, they worked together, that's the key. Our office do not mind coming out and meeting with these fire departments and help laying out a game plan or take some of that ease off. Say, look guys, it's just a little bit of paperwork, a little bit of training. There's no reason a fire department can't obtain a class 7. It takes a little bit of work. But somebody's got to spearhead that project for this county. And like I said, we're there for you. We're there for the county. Anything that we can do to come out and take some of that ease off. Like I say, most of us that are doing this has been fire chiefs and have went through the process. And so we know what to expect and what to look for. And so we can help these fire chiefs in this county.
Does Castle County have a fire marshal?
They have a volunteer fire marshal.
They actually started 2-3 weeks ago, got just got up until then.
Mr. Hamilton was doing it prior to that one.
Right. Everett.
Vernon Hamilton.
Vernon Massengale is has been the volunteer.
Vernon was their go-to guy that really pulled it together for the Castle County.
But they just a few weeks ago hired a person to be a fire marshal.
Tony, yes.
I'm going to just simplify a little bit of what Brian said and look at it from a point value to kind of give you guys an idea of how many points it would take to get departments to a class 6 per se, which there's a lot of misconception out there.
Step to the podium so we can
record you.
So we can go back and look at it.
There's a lot of misconception out there that when departments go from a 8 down to a 1, there's breaks additionally all the way down. typically, if a fire department can get to a class 6, that's typically as low as the residential rates will go. There are additional breaks on commercial properties from a 5 to a 1, but those residential breaks do not typically go below a class 6. So what you're looking at, if you take a 9 department here in this county, and they went to a 6, you're looking about $200 to $300 per household across the 5-mile district. That would be the savings per household, just getting to a 6. Commercial properties, you know, your isolated commercial properties out there, you know, if you had a department such as the one Brian mentioned that got a 4, you're looking at about an 8% reduction on commercial rates. When you start getting that 5 and that 4, it's about 8% per rate all the way down to a 1. That's kind of what you're looking for monetarily. Now, when you look at the points values on the 4 areas that we grade, and Brian's kind of outlined those, there's 105.5 possible points in this process. It takes 40 points out of 105.5 to get a fire department to a class 6. That's across the board. 30 points for a 7. That's taking into consideration communication score, the water score, the fire department score, and the community risk added together to get that 40 points. So you can see we're not even 50% of the total points value to get a class 6 in the county. And that's what Brian said, and I totally agree with him. And some people get mad with me when I go out and talk and have these speeches with different people. But really, there's no reason a fire department can't get 30 points out of this process in the state of North Carolina. But what it does need to happen is the commitment that you guys have displayed. First and foremost, you've committed to 1 cent fire tax to these fire departments. There's your commitment. They need to get together, work together, be committed to this process, and it can't just be the chief and assistant chief. It needs to be everybody within that fire department and across all of those departments to commit to this process, working together, as Brian said, to meet that goal and get through this process. We're available. Call us. We can come out. We can meet with them together. We can meet with them individually. Whatever we need to do, we're available to them. Right now, if you guys put in and said, hey, we want the county to be done, we're probably about 18 months out. I'd say 12 to 18 months out of getting this done. So, you know, you're going to need that much time in yourself to get ready to do this. You're going to want 3 years worth of good record keeping your fire department. That's generally what we're going to look at when we go in, like the pump test, maintenance records on the trucks, training, hose test, hydrant testing. We're about looking at 3 years worth of record keeping on that. So they've got some work they need to do in one, assessing their record keeping to see where they are and how close they are ready to go through this process. And that's going to be a conservative effort amongst all of them to be able to do that. But in a nutshell, I just want to kind of, sum up the points values and where that would be. And again, we're available to you. Call us. We'll be more than glad to work with you guys any way we can. Granville County, Brian, Granville County has put in to go through this process. They're going to be doing it here very soon. They're real similar to you guys. They've got a lot of class 9s out there. They're going to go through this. You guys, some of the chiefs could go over, maybe watch some of the stuff they do when we go in and grade them chiefs, on their water hall that day, kind of see what the process is. So whatever we can do, we're here for you, and we're committed to you to help you get through this process, whatever you need us to do.
So they're inspected every...
Once they were, well, right now, the Class 9 fire departments, we're there every 5 years to do what we call a 9S inspection. That's the baseline inspection, just to be a certified fire department. We're there every 5. Right now, we just added 3 new inspectors. Brian, how long have y'all been working there?
About 18 months, well, it's November of 2017.
So Brian will come on in November 17, and our goal is to get all fire departments on a 5-year rotation. That, and adding the new help and getting, we've actually got 3 in each region now. We've got 3 Eastern, 3 Piedmont, 3 Western inspectors. So our plan is to get all of the fire departments eventually in the next 2 to 3 years on a 5-year cycle where we're there every 5 years reevaluating. That's where we're going. We're not quite there yet, but we're going to get there pretty quick. Brian and them are moving along very good in their training. They've taken off and started doing a lot of bigger inspections. So it's going to happen, and that's our goal.
Or whenever they figure, or they get it together and figure they need, trying to get this done, if it's within that 5 years, they just call y'all and schedule an inspection.
Yeah, they could call and what I would recommend and where you guys are, I would recommend probably doing it like Caswell and probably doing like Granville, kind of see where the fire departments are. Let Brian know, hey, I think we're ready, put us on the schedule again, you're looking 12 to 18 months before we're there. In that 12 to 18 months, they're working on their record keeping, the water points, the things Brian mentioned this morning. And at that point when we're there, if it's 12 months, 16 months, whenever we're there, they'll be ready and we can come in. There's a lot of preliminary work we'll do on getting a lot of the times on the tankers dumping and field times we'll have to get. Some of the hands-on things we can do prior to coming to do the inspection. And then what happens is normally we'll bring in all our inspectors in 1 week to the county. And each one of us will take a fire department and we'll grade them and get them all basically knocked out within a week, 2 week time period. And they'll get all their grades back at one time. It'll be a conservative effort, everybody working together.
All right, now those 40 things that you said they had to have to get to a Class 6, isn't that stuff that they're required to have anyway?
Probably so. If you looked at, when you look at the fire service, NFPA is kind of our gospel book of the fire service. Nobody can meet every element of NFPA, but a lot of the stuff that's out there, the 9S inspection is very simple. It's a real simple inspection, real simple equipment list for an engine to have. When we start getting in from a 9 to a 7 or 6 of additional equipment these departments have to have, the equipment list is far more advanced. The record keeping is more in depth that we look at. So there's a lot of things that they have to do, your hydrant testing, hose testing. Granted, that's things that should be done now, but a lot of times when we go in fire departments, we still see hose testing not done. We still see training's not where it needs to be in certain cases with departments. But again, I think to sum it up, what Brian said, it's very, very obtainable for you guys to reach this point. If you don't get a 6, so be it. You build a foundation. If some of the departments get a 7 the first time going through this, they've got room to grow. They've got a foundation and a base to look at where we are, where our deficiencies, what can we do to improve, and improve from there.
Some of the requirements, the question was, should they already have this or be doing this? There again, we're talking about a lot of volunteer departments. Manpower and water is two of the biggest points in the system. So if you don't have the manpower or the volunteers and they're not responding to the calls, then that's why you may score a 7 versus a 5. Because those numbers add up. So they're probably already got the equipment and they're doing a job, they just don't have enough.
Right. And again, manpower is something you mentioned earlier. It's not just relevant to here, it's everywhere. We see it, the mergers, we've probably done 12 mergers in the last 3 years where we've had fire departments that have got low on manpower, having to merge with a neighboring district and working through those issues of merging. It's out there, and what the solution is, we don't know. We've worked, before we changed our standard last year, 20 was our primary number of personnel per fire department. If you had a single station, you need to maintain 20 members that had 30 hours of training for the year to be a certified fire department. Well, we were going out, we were putting a lot of departments on probation. They were having 16, 17, some 7 or 8 that we could only certify where they didn't get their training last year. So we worked through some issues and determined we'd go back to 15 to try to give them a little bit of a break. Well, we're still seeing it at 15, not as much, but we're still seeing some of it even at 15 members. So, and Chief Lynn can attest to this, he's been volunteering a while. If you've got 20 people on a fire department roster, typically 12 to 14 of those members are doing all the work. I'm gonna just be honest and lay it on the table and be completely honest with you. And our concern was if we went to 15, is it going to be less than that? Is it going to be the same 15? So anytime you lower your standard, you're always taking a chance on, if your house catches on fire today, you want to know that you've got ample manpower coming to combat a fire. I think everybody in this room agrees with that. But, at 10 o'clock in the morning, are you going to get what you're going to get at 6 o'clock this afternoon? Probably not if you're an all-volunteer agency. Let's just be honest about it.
So who would initiate a discussion of a merger? Does that come from within the department, or is that something that you all make a recommendation?
It would really come from the contracting agency, which would be you guys with the county. You guys do the contracts for the county on how you handle your fire protection. We generally don't come in and try to tell you guys how to do contracts and how to do your operations on the fire service side. That's a local decision. We're all there to help you, make recommendations to the process. But really, it's the contractual side of the house that you work through with that.
Okay. Wayne,
If you
you
see
see
one
this
bad
being
enough,
doable?
let us know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is, maybe not as low as some of the casual departments got, but it is doable. What we're running into is like Tony and I said, it's the number of volunteers. And how do you get back to your question, is why can't one department do it? One department cannot do it alone, because you can't provide the water, shuttle, and stuff like that. That's why you have to have the other departments. That's why this mutual aid training is so important. The state, when they grade, does not even give you credit, full credit, for another department bringing you water unless you train so many times with it. As they said, this is a time process because they're going to look back 3 years. So we've started the mutual aid training. Through the Chiefs Association, we set it up. First time was last quarter of last year. We're going to do 4 trainings a year, which is what they require. We're rotating that around to the different departments. Every department's coming. Every member of that department does not have to come. They just have to send a truck or 3 or 4 people, depending on what kind of training we're doing. We've started that. They are working, I know most of them are working on their water points. But there again, that takes time because you have to get with the homeowner, landowner. They have to get the paperwork signed. It has to be an all-weather access to that water point. So that may mean putting gravel in or whatever to be able to get to that water point. All of that figures in. I know Vern told me, and this is even before Tony come in one, it's probably 4 or 5 years ago, when Vern come in and done all the 9S's. He said, we can get down just with what equipment the county has now. So, and I think a lot of it is what they alluded to. A lot of these chiefs are scared. But most of it is paperwork. And that's what I've been preaching to them for the last how long, Ray? You know, it's paperwork, but it's paperwork that you, once you set a system up, and what would be ideal, and I know Tony and Brian, I would be glad to do it. What these chiefs need to do, and I'll suggest that to them, is invite the state to come in, and they'll be glad to do it. Look at what you've got right now, and they can give you pointers on how to keep your paperwork better. And that's all they have to do. But we're at a good starting point. It's just, like I say, it's going to take some pushing to get it done. I mean, some of them have wanted to. They've got some priorities. You know, each department's got different priorities. Some of them, yeah, I can understand. I know I looked through the thing that Mariah was talking about. They need another station because the well, and I do know that second station of theirs that was on that old cafeteria is just, they can't even back the trucks in. I mean, hardly. I mean, it's, so they've got one set of priorities where another department's got another set of priorities. But to reiterate on what they said, the limiting factor on everybody now is help. And the daytime help, every volunteer fire department I know of is hurting, especially for daytime.
How long do you see that being reaching a threshold where you don't have volunteer stations anymore?
I don't think we can put a timeline on it, but it's.
Well, I mean, I've been of the opinion that you're no stronger than the last volunteer you got. And when you lose your volunteers, you ain't got a station. No.
And when you get down to a certain number, there you go.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's,
young guys are not doing it like they used to.
Yeah, you get young people who get involved in it, and some of them do great, but a lot of them get involved in it when they find out how much
I guess my question is, what do we do when we don't have a volunteer fire department?
Your real question is, how far are we away from paid firefighters?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking.
I will say this, and Brian's out a lot too. There are a lot of counties transitioning to some form of daytime staff between the hours of, say, 7:30 to 5:30. Some stagger it, do 8 to 5. And granted, and Chief Lynn knows this, they may put 2 men at that station that day. Is that applicable? Probably not if you have a full-blown structure fire, let's be honest about it. What it does do is it does allow somebody there to help out with some of the record keeping and take the easement off the chief, make sure the truck responds. The automatic aid Chief Lynn mentioned earlier, those guys coming to supplement those 2 guys at that station that has that fire this morning. It's better than nothing, but it's not where it needs to be. But to answer your question, most counties are moving in that direction of hiring some daytime staff. And a lot of times they bring them in on a part-time basis. And I'll take Roxborough, for example. In our county, we've got Rocky Mount where I live. I'm from Nash County. So a lot of the Rocky Mount firefighters that are off duty will go out to the county and work an 8 to 5 schedule at a volunteer station during the day. It's a part-time salary, there's no benefits, it's just a base hourly salary they're paid, and they go in and work. And again, that's an expense that you have to most certainly plan for. But really to put a time frame on that question, it's really hard to say, but I know a lot of counties are moving in that direction. There's a lot of them out there that are doing that.
Well, the one problem you run into when you start putting a paid person is it's almost a two-edged sword. You've got that one or 2 people there, they can get the trucks out. But then the volunteers are going to say, well, the paid people are there, there's no use in me going.
Exactly.
So it's almost like a two-edged sword.
Right.
Well, my biggest concern is, from everything I've heard here today, we're working towards paid stations. And how can we take what fire tax we are going to implement and get a return on investment there somehow? And so, to get the fire ratings down, I don't know what the details are, but, if you're going to raise a man's taxes by $100 and you can save him $200, that's what I'm after.
Exactly.
And I don't know that that's an
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair statement to make.
Well, I mean, I don't want to just keep throwing money at a situation that we know is going to hit us in the face 5 years from now. We need to be proactive and make the money pay for itself.
And again, it just, the commitment that we talked about this morning here, that commitment is sometimes hard because of different variables. Everybody that works a full-time job during the day, they come home in the evening, they're tired, some of them working 2, 3 jobs. The time that they've got to give to the fire department that they used to have is totally different now. I think we all live busy lives, and I think everybody here knows what I'm talking about. And when you've got to make 2 to 3 meetings a month, a training meeting a month, every month over and over and over, as well as respond to calls. If you're doing fundraising, you're requiring them to go out here and cook barbecue chicken to raise money, to supplement what you guys give on the fire tax side of the house. I mean, there's a lot of variables that play into how much participation you're going to truly get from an individual.
Mr. Chairman, we did look at the paid people at the department before the recession. And we had we used to have what they call it a fire inspector, but it was.
It's a fire marshal.
Yeah, marshal. I got on board. And some of the stuff that when we were looking at that, almost got strung up over. So, times are changing. I think now will be more.
Never wanted to do what he suggested.
Explain to me what Durham did that those county departments are now under the city, or somehow what exactly happened there in Durham?
I was involved in some of that up to the point when the merger took place. But basically what happened was we had gone in and graded most of the departments, the county departments in Durham. They were already below a 9. They had gone through and got graded. And I think they looked at it like you're sitting here today from a dollar and cent standpoint on what can we save if we bring it all under one umbrella. You had a set of benefits over here for a county guy, you have a set of benefits over here for a city guy. They were already running together. They were actually using the same policies and procedures every day. And for them, that was kind of an easy thing to kind of mend together and make it work. Probably worked out, pretty good for some of the guys with the county because they were able to go to the city. The city might have had a little bit better benefits than the county or vice versa. That's always the situation there. A lot of them lateraled over from the county, the position they were in, over to the city department.
So the county had paid departments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They do, some of them are still combination, but like Durham County had their own fire department.
Gotcha.
And basically what they did is they brought the county fire department over to the city fire department. Right. It is a process. I mean, it can be done, but it takes a lot of work and question and answer sessions to make it work.
This is an attorney question, since he's here. If a fire department folds or anything, we have no claim to anything, department, trucks, anything?
Yeah. There's something in the contract about that.
We can go take over the
Your contract, and I
It's
have
in
looked at
there.
your contract, probably provides for some of that, but there is nothing in the general law that I'm aware of that regards to your contract.
Do we have a claim to it since we financed most of it, a lot of it?
I do not believe that will give you a claim. It would be, if it's contained in the contract with the department, then you have a claim.
Okay. So
I will defer to the real experts here on any of that. They deal with it every day.
Would it not also fall under their charter? Some charters say that, but some charters don't. It would fall back on their charter.
Again, that's individual examination. Most nonprofit charters, corporate charters, provide for what happens after the expiration, after they fold, the disposition of the assets. Some charters provide that the assets will be distributed to a government. Some charters provide that the assets will be distributed to any other nonprofit. And I don't know what these charters say.
No, one will go back to the department, and the property will go back to the original owner if they disband that fire department. It doesn't say anything about the county getting nothing out of it.
The two counties that I worked in, I was in my department was in Guilford County and Randolph, and both of our contracts in both counties. If Gilroy Fire Department were to go under, then the buildings, the trucks, all these would go back to the county and they would distribute throughout the county.
Okay.
So other departments within that county.
One more parallel answer to the implied question. I think Mr. Clayton said the land may go back to the property owner. That again is a matter of real property law. If Joe and Mary Smith gave property to the volunteer fire department on condition that it be used for a fire department, and if it ceases to be used as a fire department, it comes back. So that could be depending upon how the property was acquired.
So we have a department that's in real trouble, to the making of their own, I believe, without being an expert. But it's going to be our issue because we have industry in that area, in that district. And I believe they're already on probation from you guys. And so I want us to be proactive if we got to go in there and have the city or another department or something cover this area. But I would recommend, and I don't know if we have to have a vote or we need just consensus, but I've told the manager and I've talked to the chairman a little bit, we've got one more payment to go to this department. And I want us to hold that payment unless they are in good standings with the state.
Mr. Judge, I want to speak on that 1 minute right quick. I actually talked to Davey this morning, my supervisor, about this morning. The final date for that is going to be May 22nd of this year. That's going to be the deadfall date of when their time is up. Plans are, my conversation with him this morning is for, they're going to have a meeting probably sometime around the 1st of March, maybe with Ms. York, Board of Directors, President, Fire Chief. They're going to come in and say where we are, what's going on, are we going to be able to fix this, what's going to be the consensus on where they are. And, between then and May 22nd, it's going to be a deadfall date on that. I've been really involved with that. I've actually probably done the last 3 or 4 inspections that have been done over there, so I can kind of speak freely about it, I hope. They're trying, but again, manpower's their problem. And, trying to draw people in from a small area, to be able to meet, they have a need, they have 2 stations, so they have a need of 15 for the primary station and 4 for the secondary station for a need of 19 people. So their need with that extra station is a little bit more than another department with a single station. We've gone over, we've had conversations and meetings with the chief, and we've talked to them. There was we needed a improvement plan from them. We didn't receive any improvement plan from them on where we are and where we're going. And, we're not going to pick up the phone and call them every week. We're available. They can call us. We'll be glad to meet with them, work through it. But I think it's going to be time here shortly for some action, as you said, and I think it's going to really fall heavily on your group to sit down and figure out how y'all are going to address that if we get into that May 22nd time frame this year. A merger, could be a possibility. I'm not going to say it's not. They may could merge with a neighboring department over there. If a merger doesn't happen, the bad side of this is, and as bad as it is, all of that property over there, if it's not covered by a fire department, within 5 miles of the station could potentially go to a class 10 rate, which is basically no fire protection. So you're talking, just a break for industry over there to a class 9, and then they go back to a 10, and would be substantial for an industry. So it's something you guys need to think about. We are here for you.
If a department merges, let's say both districts that merge had 2 fire departments, that then makes 4, is there a different requirement then on staff, or?
We talked about it earlier. Let's just say they merged with a neighboring department that had 1 station, for example. So what you would have a main station, and then you would have what we call 2 substations. So where both of them right now together would need 34 people, if they merged, you would have 15 for a main and 4 for each substation. You would go from 34 to 23.
Gotcha.
So that does help that situation a little bit. And I think for you guys, looking at it from a standpoint of, sitting down, looking at the dollars and cents and trying to come together on what you feel like the best scenario, that would be the easiest scenario. But again, when you're sitting down and talking about a merger and one department taking another, there's a lot of variables on the table there that you have to work through. Sometimes those personalities contrast a little bit, but again, you guys are the contracting agency for fire protection, and you guys are in charge of that on how you want to do your fire protection in the county. So ultimately, you guys have that decision to make on that.
Well, for this board's knowledge, once I kind of got wind of what was going on down there, I talked to Vernon and Mr. Summey, and then I popped up at the board meeting, and it really wasn't a board meeting. There was 1 board member there and 3 firefighters, and we had to wait. I bet I stayed 40 minutes to an hour waiting on the chief to get there from Cleveland County or Mecklenburg. So we got an issue down there, and we need to stay ahead of it. And I thought it's best that
the company they want to merge with having trouble with personnel too.
And that's very much a problem, even if you look at it from a merger standpoint, if they've got problems, what is the best scenario? Hard to say.
Right.
All right, Wayne, put down.
Like I told Ray, I have to volunteer, but it's going to take time. This stuff has to run its course.
I'm not going to throw Chief Wren on the bus here when I get ready to say, and I was talking to him jokingly before the meeting here, but y'all got a very good man sitting in the corner over there that's real familiar with this process that would probably be a good one to pull this together for you and work. And I know he's not looking at any more work, but I know he's got a good background in it, good head on his shoulders, and he could definitely make it happen with us supporting him and, working together. But I graded Roxborough, and I can tell you from his standpoint, it was a seamless process. We talked, several months up to inspection and went through it, and he was great to work with, and got a real asset sitting back there in the room back there for you.
Thank you.
Isn't he going to retire so we can get him?
He can have more time to come in. Okay, smile about that.
All right. We got more fire questions?
Would it be consensus that you direct staff to hold that pavement until we know what's Or do we need to vote?
I would think that would require a vote.
Well, I'll make a motion that we hold their next allotment or next payment until they are within good standards with the state.
I got one
Where's
question.
their fire department?
Is that gonna be the camel,
straw.
is that gonna straw that breaks it down?
I don't think so, because if you remember a couple of years ago, I actually got them 2 station funded
Yeah.
you know, which some didn't agree they needed it because that one is considered a substation. So I think funding wise, they should be okay. You would think we wouldn't have this issue with the amount of funding they've received.
Well, he get the 3rd largest funding in the county, don't he?
Well,
Thought so.
How much is that?
I can look it up in the budget.
$150,000.
How much is it?
It's
How
somewhere
would that
around 90, right? 80, it was 40 at the station, right? And then the little increases that we
Let's
did.
see.
Their
Woodsdale.
probation is for manpower. It's not.
And they, and reports, some about reports, they didn't have reports in on time or something.
There are 2 deficiencies, manpower, and it's.
5th highest.
It's reporting real simple. We've got.
Y'all got a system they can put it in,
We got a
right?
young lady in the office, it's a simple phone call, get an account set up, and start reporting. It's not something that's gonna take 2 months to get taken care of.
But my point was, it's not financial, it's more of a manpower.
Right.
I think the manpower was a much bigger issue
In
than.
the- Okay. So 123,000 was the amount.
123,871.
I'm looking in their contract, and it looks like we have to notify them in writing about a notification of breach of contract, and they have 30 days to correct it. And at that point, after their 30 days, we can withhold or reduce funds committed. Is one of the things that we can do.
So we
Other
just have to
options
notice, so
too.
we just have to give them notice, doesn't mean we can do it. So we need to go ahead and give them notice.
Okay.
So let my motion reflect to give Woodsdale Fire Department notice.
Would you want to do that, start 30 days now or concurrent with their May?
If we wait till then, it might be too late. We go ahead and do it now, and then they've been notified. Because the money is supposed to go out in May, not necessarily on their date.
In March,
In
right?
March.
Well, the way we were thinking, it starts in March, could be increments or one lump sum or June 30th, whichever one comes first.
Right, so we gave ourselves some flexibility in the contract depending on how much had been collected for the fire tax. We thought that we would start the disbursements in March. We actually have enough funding in there to go ahead and do a lump sum disbursement if that's something the board is interested in doing. It would be easier, you know, for
Let's finish
us.
this motion first, notifying them that they
Give
won't get
notice.
anything.
Okay.
All right, everybody know the motion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Next motion.
Do you want to do
Now
it?
you can talk about where you were asking.
Do you want to do a consensus vote on the disbursement process to do either a lump sum or do multiple disbursements?
Which is better for you all?
A lump sum.
A lump sum is much easier, but
I don't have a problem
We
with
can do
that.
it either way.
Because each of the box you can do-
And we can make the
We do it
disbursement
that way.
after the 30 days to make sure that we've had a response or
I
not.
move that we do it as a lump sum and on the schedule that's set up by the finance department.
All right, any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All righty. Any more questions for the fire people? All right, we got a break scheduled here. We want to continue on so we can finish, or we want to take a break?
Let's roll.
It was really just to help transition any visitors if they didn't want to
All
stay.
right. Floor is yours, Heidi.
All right. Look for the quick. Is it up there?
It is.
I'm getting close.
Oh, okay.
I thought they may have a spot. And they do.
Is mine updated? Yes, thank you. I have a really bad habit of updating my slides at the last minute, which I've been doing for 11 years. Do you want to wait for Commissioner Powell?
Raising that fire tax to 3%.
Yeah.
We give them an additional 35,000 roughly, so it'll be $1,035,000. If you want to round it to that.
I'm not sure what 2%.
We think 2%.
Because we're at, where are we?
We're a
at
million, so
flat?
2% would be, we were flat.
Heidi, floor is yours.
All right, so the next shift in our agenda is to give you a preview of upcoming needs. This is both capital and operating as we know it. So let me say that we have received capital requests, but as of even as late as Friday, the numbers are still a moving target. We're having amended requests being submitted to us from both the schools and PCC, which dramatically changed the capital needs. And we don't have any operating requests at this point. So the operating preview is based on discussions that we're having with departments about what's on their radar and what their needs are. So no firm numbers yet on that. They have another couple of, a week or so before those are due. So this is a preview of what we're seeing capital-wise. And I know I spoke with all of you about what we received from the schools initially, which was a request for $31 million, to which I sat down with the superintendent and asked if it was his expectation that we would actually hand him that amount of funding for next year to begin implementing his needs, and it was not. So he's had some modifications to his request, and now we're looking at a much more reasonable request that is around $681,000. This includes some ADA needs at the elementary schools, and some painting at Earl Bradshaw, and a fire alarm upgrade at Southern Middle. So very different than what we started out of the gate with, which helps our numbers. We're expecting the same type of amendment to PCC's request, which initially came in at $4.9 million. The bulk of this is for a, let me just get the right name for this, an Advanced Technology Training Center and STEM Early Learning Center. This was related to the early college proposal. They do not yet have a study done, any sort of assessment or plans in the works for this, so we are encouraging them to begin this as a planning project rather than a full funded request.
What was that figure out of that 4.9 million?
That particular one is 3.8 million, and that was just 1 year. So the total cost of that particular project is 32.8, and they were funding that over multiple years. So next year's request was for 3.8 of that. So that you can see that's quite a commitment from the county. So I am anticipating that number to also change, but that is what we've received as of Friday night. We have some roofing requests on there. This is our continued implementation of the roofing study. Next year we're looking at $564,000. I have a security upgrade to the law enforcement center, including some cameras. I have a server expansion project for IT, and then we have some new software that's needed that will connect all of our developmental services that are all under the same roof over there. That includes planning, inspections, environmental health, and GIS. And their software that they're currently using is no longer supported. So we don't have much choice in this project, and we think this will improve some efficiencies for those departments as well. So the price tag that we're looking for that software transition is hefty, one time of $185,000. Then Parks and Rec has submitted a request that include some surface replacement, which is under the mulch at the Huck Stansbury Playground, some lighting for Bushy Fork, and some athletic field lighting improvements. And then economic development, we have your third year of fiber. This is a cost that we did anticipate, so this is not a new one for you. This is pretty much what it would take to complete this project. And we've had some informal discussions among ourselves about whether or not this might be something that we could try to tackle in your current year funding. We had both a large contingency fund as well as some fund balance available. So if there's interest among the board, we could potentially bring this back as a current year project and go ahead and take care of that one on the books for you. And then the next one is a new project that has come up at the Airport Commission. And this is for an executive hangar. The price tag was more than we hoped that it would be. But we feel like this project could help support our mega site project in that it's making a hangar available. We don't currently have a large hangar that could accommodate the size of the corporate jets of what a large company would require. And we have seen a shift from RDU Airport no longer allowing these types of jets to be hangared at that airport. So we have actually gotten calls from corporate jets and others looking for hangar space that we currently don't have the ability to offer.
What will we get? What will we get? How long would it take us to pay this off for this hangar? How much do you charge for a corporate jet?
So Russell on that, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but not closed session or anything, but I've spoken with Russell about it. And we do have some viable prospects. And one of the best business approaches I've seen in government in the last year, quite a while. But I asked Russell about it a minute ago. A $60 million aircraft based in Person County would generate $420,000 a year. So if you apply that to your debt, then It's not
That
government.
is just the property tax
Right,
right here.
and that's the
It's not
property tax
counting the
only.
rental rate, well, and the fuel surcharge you'll get.
Yeah,
You
so,
got fuel in the, if they buy it here, you got.
I think civil salary rent
yeah.
around 5,000 a month.
Around 5,000. We had this conversation with a consultant last week, and it ranges greatly, is what he said,
So
but
we would get out 3.6 million back in what?
about 5 years.
Which is a pretty quick turn on investment for any county project. We were pretty excited about that.
I'm not sure where you get the rental bills.
I'd like to ask the county attorney to investigate the possibility of private-public partnership on something like that. If there were some individuals that would build it, and we could share the revenue. Yeah.
I'll be glad to investigate, I have the knowledge now, but I'll talk with staff and we can.
is that something separate and a part of what we're talking about?
No. I mean, if you were to get somebody to go in and, a private individual build it.
Yeah, I understand the public-private, but is this something different than we're talking about? That would be a shared revenue stream. The other way, it's a county
Yes.
revenue stream.
The number
Well,
I'm presenting is county only.
Right, that's,
But that is something we could look at if we had
I
a
think
willing
it's
partner.
worthwhile to investigate.
Okay.
I'd just like to know what the procedure is if you, not only for this, but for anything else that might be construed to be a joint venture.
Okay. This gives you the CIP request from the school in a little more detail. You can see, this is the amended request down from their 31 million. Now they're looking at these much more palatable projects in terms of our capacity, our current capacity. But I'll also throw out there that I have a request on the table from the superintendent for the chair and vice chair and myself to sit down with them to talk about their funding needs in the coming week or two. So we will report back once we're able to have that discussion as well. Some conversation staff has had internally is wanting to know what their plans are for schools remaining opened or transitioning prior to us committing some of these funds. And we're not certain yet where that stands, so I would hope to get some answers from them before we make a commitment to upgrading the capital needs as to whether or not they were going to remain open. Here is a better detail of what we received from PCC with their request, and you can see the outlier there with their early college program at 3.8 million. I imagine if that one goes away and we're instead funding a study, the other projects are standalone projects that would most likely remain.
The top two will have to remain because those are ones that were approved last year that we are already
you.
sort of in commitment for.
And we've had some discussions with them. There's a couple of those on there that we might be able to move around as well, or stretch out over time.
Yeah. And then the projects I mentioned for the county were relatively minor. So the bulk of your capital requests are coming from your educational partners next year. Any questions about capital before I shift over to operating?
I will say this, I don't know if it's in John's request or not, but it has come to the rec board, and we have a meeting tomorrow, but I'm out of town, that a couple of parents who have children with disabilities have inquired to us about having a wheelchair accessible swing.
Okay.
And one of them tagged me on Facebook last week showing an example of one. But it has come to the rec board now. I don't know if that's something he's going to be requesting, but just in case you all get the same calls that I got, that has been
He has
put
not
out there.
told me anything about that.
What is it?
A wheelchair accessible swing.
Swing, okay.
Okay. Any other questions about capital? Here's a preview of what we're hearing from our departments related to operating requests. The first one is something new that we have not discussed as a board, although we've had conversations, side conversations about this. And this is a land use plan. The land use plan that the county is working from is 20 years old, and this impacts economic development substantially. The city is committed to updating their land use plan and are willing to put in $60,000 towards this $185 request. So that would leave a balance for the county if we decided to do a joint land use plan of $125,000. Sybil can speak to some of the importance of having an updated land use plan as she oversees the planning department, who is primarily making the request and substantiating the need for this particular project. If you wanted to add anything, Sybil.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind you, whenever you approve planning projects that come to you, you're making that approval based on its coherence with our land use plan. And when our land use plan is 20 years old, it's really difficult to say that, it's complementary to that land use plan because it's so dated.
Is that a written document?
It's a written document, and
Can you send me a copy?
sure, we can get you a copy. I will say that Lori has plans to come before you at your next meeting, and she's going to be presenting some other work that the planning department has been doing and is going to speak to you more in depth about the land use plan at that point. But if you have any questions, about it, I can answer the basics.
Is this what we talked to the city about a couple of years ago?
No, that was a unified development ordinance, making one seamless development ordinance for both the city and the county chose not to move forward on that, but the city does have that.
Yeah, that's your zoning ordinance. This is more a vision of how you want the county to grow in terms of residential growth, economic development growth. It's a plan that it takes, about a year to complete. We would have a consultant who would go to meetings throughout the county, get feedback from citizens. It's really an opportunity for citizens to weigh on their vision of what they want the county to look like. And it's a tool that you use.
What does the old plan say we want to look like?
I can let Lori provide details on that, but it's, it's not really very relevant if it's 20 years old. That's,
I just want to know, did we get there?
Yeah, and I'm sure she
If not, why
can.
we want, do another plan for 20 years not to see it to come to fruition?
Yeah.
Stay tuned for further discussion on that. We just wanted to get this on your radar screen as an upcoming need that we'll be discussing. Inspections department will be asking for one additional inspector. They're seeing, they have collected data quite well in terms of their turnaround time, and so they'll be presenting that as a request for you all to consider. I have two IT requests that are on our radar screen for phone maintenance and text and social media archiving. These are some places where we know we need to come into compliance with what's required, and these are maintenance contracts that would allow us to do that.
So why are we going back to county phones? I just heard about that at my DSS meeting last week, that we were going back to county phones and no longer a stipend.
Well, I'm going to be bringing a policy update to the board that can, at your next meeting, that will help explain part of that. But when we went to the stipend system, we were complying with the IRS rules, which have now been amended.
Okay.
So the rules changed, and we are sort of lagging behind in doing what would be the easiest for folks in terms of public records law. So if it is a county-owned phone and there is a request for a public record, I would simply give my county-owned phone because everything on it can be disclosed. Right now, for those who have shared phones, they're mingling personal and business together, and it's not as easy to respond to those public records requests.
We're not
What else am I
alone.
thinking about?
We're not alone. There are other counties that are shifting back
Most counties.
My understanding
because of
was,
the changes.
for instance, like Jimmy, who doesn't have a county email, and I have a county email, and I have a personal email. Even if I email someone out of my personal account, it's person county business, that is still subject to.
That's right.
Yes.
Right, part of it is also that when we have an employee terminate or no longer work with us, it is easier for us to get the phone back and/or shut down and cut off access to county systems if we own the device. So right now, we're relying on employees to come by IT, have it removed from their device.
Kind of an honor system.
And that could present some liabilities for the county
You
down the
mean like
road.
the county email account?
Yes. Yes.
Well, my thought is
Mine shut down on sometimes.
even if you had a private email, that was still subject to the open, that was. still
That is
subject.
true.
So it doesn't matter what type of, whether it's a county provided email address or a Hotmail address.
If you're
Is
conducting
county
county
business,
business, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But
If
this
it's
is-
on your personal, they get to look at all that too unless you take it off.
That's right. That's right. You have-
Can I add in one?
Please,
Sorry.
Chris, thank you.
I wasn't asked, but if you don't mind.
Open invitation.
So a couple of things that we ran into as well. Text messages need to be archived, and if I cannot only archive county text messages on a personal device, it's all text messages or no text messages. So I would have your personal communications with your family, spouses, what have you, and that just seems to be an infringement upon your personal life. Durham County actually presented at one of the conferences we went to last year, where they've done the same thing. They've done the separation back. One of the other things we found is we hope to have a cost savings in this. We actually looked at maybe lowering the stipend or going this route, and then after we went in and did some research for security purposes, this made a lot more sense. And in addition to the regulations being able to better meet those state laws about public records retention and things like that. Again, we are hoping to have some cost savings there, even though there's the $11,100 for the text and social media archiving. Preliminary numbers, I think, were 19 to 25, depending upon how we can do this, in savings. So we're still 8,000 to the good, hopefully, even with implementing this on the back end. That 11,100 does include social media archiving, which we do by law have to do regardless. And we are trying to be in compliance with that. And as far as policies and procedures go, yes, if you do, no matter where you're conducting county business, that is public record, that is correct. It does have to be available for public consumption if you're doing county business. But one of the things that we are doing in this policy is saying that as a county entity, we are requiring you to use county infrastructure for county business now. And if you go outside of that, then now there's potential disciplinary action for going outside of the policy, which protects the county in the event that something like that does actually happen.
Other questions related to the IT requests? And thank you for chiming in on that. So the next up is a library. Your library director has come before you asking for the ability to apply for some grants related to a new bookmobile. So she is hoping to secure $100,000 in grants, which would leave approximately $59,000 that we would need, plus an additional part-time employee as we expand service of the bookmobile across the county. So I wanted to get that on your radar.
Can I add to that?
Please.
The 59,000, we hope to be able to raise all of that. We're in contact with Ronald McDonald House and
I've heard that, yes.
some other people.
So it'd just be the part-time cost.
That's what our goal is, yes.
That sounds good. PATS is requesting some software upgrade. This is really a discussion about their needs and finding the most efficient solution to those needs. So we had looked at some software versus a position to help improve scheduling, routing, and other efficiencies that they think could be gained. And so the less costly option would be to implement the software rather than put on an additional staff person. So we think that will definitely enhance service for PATS. Right now, our county health insurance looks like we're anticipating an increase next year of about 15%.
You're all okay with your insurance where it's at? Is that working okay?
They have been very good to work with, yes.
So you're not asking a change, you're just asking for an increase?
I wish I didn't have to ask for the increase, but as you know, as self-funded insurance is based on the claims, and we've had some very expensive claims.
So in other words, 15% may not be that bad.
I think initially we were talking around 20%, but we've had some better months that have helped reduce that as we get closer to the renewal. And they've also brought to the table some potential solutions that would help address some of our long-term chronic needs that are extremely expensive for us. So there's some enhancements to our insurance benefits built into this that we're hoping will address some of those more expensive chronic needs, the diabetes, obesity, those type measures that are becoming extremely costly for the county to sustain.
What would be the percentage of those claims you think brought by retirees, being that they may be an older population?
Our retiree claims are, as a whole, much higher than what we see for our current employees, and that's a trend that has remained constant. Yeah.
Because when they reach a certain age, they go on Medicare, so you get only a supplemental increase in that. Am I missing something? Or are you getting a lot of employees that are under that age?
Both. You're right on both accounts. They do switch over, but they are retiring younger and are still having very expensive claims, them and their spouses at times. So that's what insurance is looking like next year. We'll continue to hope for a better scenario, but that's where we're at the moment. No. And then next year, I would like to recommend a compression study for our workforce. This is something different than we've ever done since I've been here. I don't know if it has been studied in the past, but you're familiar with the market studies that we've done since approximately, I don't know, maybe 2010. This would be in lieu of a market study. And a compression study, what we're finding now, because we have stayed current with the market, we're finding that compression exists in our pay scale. So somebody who is hired and been with us for 2 years is making the same, or if not more than, somebody who's been with us 10, 12, 15 years. So everybody is sort of in the beginnings of the pay scale because of the market studies. And so we need a way to address a movement of employees through the pay scale as they have a longer tenure with us. What we're finding is that about 40% of employees in our workforce have been with us less than 5 years. 60% of our workforce has been with us less than 10 years. So we have a lot of folks who are new, and the average tenure that, when I pulled this, was 9.35 years for a county employee. They're not advancing through that pay scale. When we're bringing the new people on, they're making the same amount of money. So some other statistics I found was about 54% of our employees are less than 5% above the minimum. So they're being hired at the minimum and then they're staying right there. And almost 70% of our employees are less than 10% above the minimum of their pay range. So if you were to plot that out, I have a cluster of our workforce right at the beginning of the pay scales, not moving along. So the study is actually going to be funded in the current year. It's $19,500. We asked for informal bids, and I can bring that contract to the board for review. But the market studies that we've done usually ran us around $40,000 for the study. So it's much cheaper to do the compression study. What I don't know at this time is what the implementation costs will look like. But I would anticipate bringing back a recommendation once I have the results of the study that might phase this in over the course of multiple years, just like your market study has done in the past. So wanted to put that out there for your consideration for employees in the upcoming fiscal year, and let you know that I was wanting to shift from the market study over to a compression study in order to recruit and retain the workforce that we have. And then finally, you heard this morning, the debt model consultant, that would be a new cost of $35,000. And it sounds like we have the ability to move forward with that now, in which we would actually pay for that contract out of the current year budget. And that would not be one to anticipate next year, if you're okay with that. And we'll bring that contract before the board as well. Questions about operating requests? Other needs you're anticipating? I'll throw one other out there. Doug's no longer here, but I've been having a lot of conversation with Doug about the needs of EMS, and we're seeing some real struggles in the retention and recruitment of paramedics. So we are putting together some plans and some strategies to consider to help tackle that. I believe I have about 6 vacancies right now in EMS and struggling to fill those daily.
How much difference between us and Durham?
In terms of pay
Yeah.
for EMS, I don't have that number in front of me, but that's becoming one of those positions that for, a couple of $1,000s, people are moving quickly and bouncing around other jurisdictions. So I'm not sure what those numbers are off the top of my head. So that's another need that I'm currently working on. Other questions about the upcoming budget? Okay.
All right, I don't have any real closing remarks. Just want to see if we can come to a consensus on a few things and make sure they get done, kind of give us a better frame of mind going forward. And other than that, anybody else got anything you want to add?
Well, part of the challenge for staff is to try to produce a budget that reflects the priorities of the board. So based on what we're hearing at this time, we know that education, economic development, and public safety remain sort of the key pillars to the funding needs next year, which helps us consider some of these requests in light of that. Any direction that you all could provide about additional priorities or strategies, including fire attacks, would be helpful so that we can make sure that we're drafting a budget that is meeting your expectations.
Commissioner Jeffers, did you want to make a motion about the animal fees? Did I hear you say that correctly?
Oh, yeah, we want to do that now?
It's up
I
to
make,
you.
what's the motion? Get rid of?
Eliminate?
Make a motion to eliminate the animal fee.
Any discussion?
So that could be effective July 1 in the new fiscal year, which would equate, if I heard Russell correctly, to a loss of revenue of about $15,000.
This is animal tax.
This man collects.
This is a flat rate,
not based on value,
Gotcha.
of course.
This man collects more than he tells us, so he's good, 15.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, anything else we need to talk about? If not, we're in recess until what time?
It says 2:30, but it's 1:10.
This is y'all not adding $3, right? People call that in the bill.
2 o'clock, 2:30.
We done.
We'll meet back at 2:30 over at
County office building at 2:30 for closed session.
I know, but we meet at 2.
Okay.